that extra armor and the chase potential. I want to see if Lich decides to pick up a point in Center Stage Gaze just to have something to cancel a TP, and it's also a setup for the Blood Rage.
Look at this again. We'll see on the top side of the map, Puppey is getting gone upon. As they'll take him down, back down bottom. Ice getting very low once more. They'll try and chase down Fishman. He's going to be able to salve up. Crystallis will continue to stand his ground, look to finish up the kill, and he gets it. Another kill for Crystallis in this bottom lane. As, yeah, it's a second death back-to-back there from Ice. So he's going to have to take the long walk back down to this bottom lane.
Yeah, at least the hero is very speedy. So, yeah, it's gonna take him like 30 seconds to walk down to the bottom lane.
Oh, look at this mid. See if Secret can get something going over here. They've got the control, but the silence. They will have the lockdown there. Between the coil and the silence, they're able to make a move on Stormer. And they needed it, because some of the stuff going on in the side lane so far isn't looking too good for Secret.
It's really not. I'm not sure how they play the bottom lane. The next time he comes back to the bottom, they might have a Rupture available, and then they also have the point in a Sinister Gaze that I mentioned. Just having something to stop the TP with is a lot of value. How's the top lane doing? Toby, 25 CS, there's 31, 32 on CK at the moment, going into Armlet next. So pretty much as we expected, like once Enchantress starts to get the creeps, she does provide you with that extra bit of a sustain in the lane and also a bit of a harassment. You can see Puppey using the Wild Winged Ripper, the new Hurricane ability.
To annoy Kataomi a little bit.
I always get surprised by that. I still think it's Tornado. Like, where's the Tornado? What is this? Is there a Force Staff?
You can look for cheeky little moves with that one. There's definitely cliffing opportunities.
As we're playing more Dota, we started using these like mathematical terms like vector targeted ability. Like we as a community, we're smarter, so we can start using these stuff because we have like Pango, we have this new ability, the Hurricane one.
Got the Tusk kick, right?
Yeah.
Also,
I wonder what's next.
What is next? What would you want to see next?
I don't know. I'm really bad at math.
Yeah. Oh, Ice. We'll take a hit from the Blood Right, and there's a TP coming in. They brought in a third hero as they're ready to go straight for Ice. Stormer turning up as well, as they are just making sure that Crystallis has a beautiful start to this game.
They split it. They just split it. They give one to Crystallis, one to Stormer because he made a rotation. He used a lot of his mana. Playing extremely well right now, especially on the side lanes. And you said they're enabling Crystallis. He's going to have Maelstrom phase boots in 1,000 gold.
Yeah, he's going to have quite the timing on that. And arguably on pretty much his best hero. So definitely a little concerning when Secret look the way at this Bloodseeker. He could become quite the problem for them. I mean, if he hasn't already hit. See what they can get done in the mid. Another setup for Nisha. With the silence. They should have to... Ooh, no, not quite.
He's out of mana.
And Toby's in with a Burrow Strike. So that extra bit of hold there onto Yapsor to make sure they can't chase the Sandstorm, bringing Yapsor down low. Stormer was even tempted to maybe turn around and look to get a punch back in.
Oh, he's going to get their Arcana Rune.
Oh, he's going to be
But that's
fine.
scouted.
Oh, no,
Sumail is there.
Sumail turns up at just the right time, but Storm's got enough mana to get up to aggro. Oh, he's on that little bit of a cliff. They will still see him here. Yapsor's onto the tree, and
that's like middle ground. That's not a real high ground, nor the low ground. Oh, that ward. Scouting him out. I think Lich popped the healing salve because it was definitely not Stormer on himself. Almost...
They nearly saved him, yeah? I mean, that's Sumail. Good move from him that had to turn up to these fights as they were getting a little scrappy, and he's able to make sure that Stormer won't survive. Toby's going to sit himself in the mid, hold back on the push, so Secret, despite getting the kill, they won't be able to take an objective. And of course, with all this focus over there, it has given Crystallis this complete free reign of bottom lane, 400 gold, and Maelstrom will be done.
Ice and Sumail farming some stacks that they've made. Ice needs to have some kind of a comeback into this game. In terms of net worth, he's very close to sinking at the moment. So not too bad, even though he died 3 times. Still decent amount of net worth for this point of the game. Nisha, he's gonna excel so much. He's having a really good game. He killed Storm Spirit 3 times, going into Witchblade. It's very difficult for Storm to even itemize like into this matchup until you get like one item into a BKB. This might be Kaya into BKB type of a game, or like triple null if he dies one more time, just straight up get a BKB to be able to survive.
Shouldn't dive in for Fishman, actually dropping the coil too to secure the kill. Nice, still get the last touch with the Firestorm. That movement down bottom, they're still going to continue to hunt, maybe see if they can make a move on to Crystallis himself. Backup's going to be coming in for Crystallis. Crystallis, he's laid down the Rupture and the Bloodbright. Ice will try for the TP, but Stormstormer, he's in to stop it with the Vortex. Silence with the Ancient Seal, they turn their attention over towards Nisha. But Nisha has got the orb back up in time and will manage to escape this chase from Entity.
Unfortunately for Entity, Sky was not level 6. He's bringing some extra stuff on the Courier, Tome of Knowledge. If he's level 6 there, Puck just straight up dies. And we've seen the power of this Ancient Seal. This is something that Puck will definitely be very afraid of throughout the whole game. A full Maelstrom coming onto the Bloodseeker. He's super farmed. They're trying to make just a little bit of a jump on him. Yaps are pretending that there are more heroes there than they are actually. It works sometimes. Sometimes you look like a fool. You jump and they kill you.
Happens to the best of us. And of course, with all the kills that Crystallis has been getting, you see, from Sumail's farm, he's keeping on par. He's just been able to be that bit more efficient with his farming rotations. And he's got that armlet timing. A very, very solid point. So Secret grouping up around him and pushing onto this bottom lane.
Yeah, we talked a lot about the Crystallis, but Sumail, he found the farm. He definitely found the farm, and he's not afraid to pop the ulti to be able to just farm the map. Doesn't keep it for like fights. We'll try to get this one. Not sure if he wants to commit because it's a bit too difficult. Sanking does have a Blink Dagger, so they can go for those pickoffs. Sanking plus Skywrath Mage with the point and Mystic Flare. It's more than enough to get a kill.
See there, yep, so very, very quickly dealt with. Now that 6 is online for Kataomi, the game becomes very, very scary for these squishy heroes, these squishy supports in particular. If either of them get caught in a stun, that Mystic Flare and the damage from a Skywrath will get the kill every time in this early game.
It's another smoke from Entity. They don't have Skywrath ulti, but they do have Epicenter, so they want to make something happen. They know the heroes on side of Team Secret are very squishy. And look at the itemization from Puppey. Double Fluffy, Wand, and Infused Raindrop.
That needs it.
Just to have the survivability.
Yeah, they've got so much magical burst at this stage. Maybe that little bit of extra HP allows them to get the heal off and live. As down. Ooh! It's in the Burrow Strike. Doesn't matter. It's Nisha, he's going to be in with the counterplay. Good Dream Coil onto the two of them. Allow them to take down Fishman. See if they can finish off the Sand King. Have the block off into the Boundless. They do. Nisha continuing to keep his game solid here. A couple more kills for him. As we've seen, pretty much every Dream Coil securing kills, setting up kills. So some very nice early rotations and moves from Nisha this game. Back on par with the performance that he was able to bring out in game 1.
Secret is getting so much more out of the map right now. They have Sumail, who's completely free farming. Nisha is the one getting the kills. Yeah. And it feels like Entity, they are relying on this Sanking plus Skywrath Mage to just go around the map and do stuff. Lich is not as active. Like we've seen the Chain Frost not bouncing on anything. Taomi on the top. Like Skywrath Mage, one of the easiest heroes to kill. Like you jump him and he just straight up dies. Fishman.
Nisha won't be able to fully commit that. Knows that Kataomi had the Ancient Seal ready. So he'll back off. He'll be very content continuing to farm in the mid. He knows that Stormstormer at this stage can't go anywhere near the puck. Nisha, if he finds the Dream Coil into the silence, Stormstormer still very likely to die to that combo if there's a +1 from Secret at this point of the game.
We mentioned the itemization on Stormstormer. Either like Yasha into BKB or straight up BKB. Yeah. Seems like he feels like, okay, I'm playing into Puck, playing into this coil, and also root mechanics, so I definitely need to be able to protect myself. Going into BKB next, Fishman, setting up some wards. Dire knows something is up. Secret using a scan. doesn't catch anyone.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
At the least, they should be able to have a good attempt at the tower, but on the other side of the map, Secret, they're pushing up to the tier 2. So continuing to just get that bit more of from this early game, holding on to a 4k lead. Entity struggling to keep up, and the difference now beginning to show between the farm and the carries. With each passing minute, Sumail just continuing to do a better job with the farm, spamming those ults, sending them down the lanes around the jungles, and he's going to be well on track to getting these sort of early stats done. This Echo Saber armlet into the S and Y. At that point, he's going to be a tough hero to burst for, even with the burst and magical that they do have on Entity. He's going to be very strong.
He's super farmed right now, and as you said, that Echo Saber plus armlet, using the Phantasm every single time it's up just to get something, push out the wave, force Entity to make some kind of rotation and reveal at least one hero, allows Team Secret to go for like these different pickoffs. Nisha did pick up his Blink Dagger and going for the Yule Scepter. I like that a lot. I talked about the Yule Scepter. I feel like it's necessary. I feel like it's a must-have item when you're playing into Skywrath Mage, unless there's like some kind of save, Abba, Oracle, Shadow Demon, whatever, to try to buy a little bit of time for you.
And they're getting a lot of free pressure onto this tower bottom, tier 2. Nearly going down. Now they'll respond with the TPs. It is just Secret's 2 supports down here.
Papi has been very annoying with sending the creep, or he found the troll once, summoned the Skelly Bros. They dealt some serious amount of damage to the tier 2 tower.
I mean, look at this.
Once again,
with
Sumail's
Yapso's position and this vision that he's giving, Secret, they're going to have the opportunity to dive in for a fight underneath the tier 2 tower. Toby's in with the counterplay, jumps forward onto Sumail.
There is a sentry.
But they're strong enough to stand their ground, continue to fight. Stormstormer will zip in. It's going to be a blood right hitting onto the 3 of them. But Secret, they keep everybody alive and they get the team wipe. Yapso in that position.
It's one of those fights where if they get the Chain Frost off and Bloodseeker gets 1 kill, like he could easily get all of the other kills.
It was on the
after
edge.
That. Yeah, pretty much. But Monkey King sitting on the trees, providing vision, allows them to get a good jump. Nisha with the freshly bought Blink Dagger.
I mean, they just weren't ready for Yap to be here at all. As we see, a couple of ults coming off from Entity, but at this point it was just all too late. And as you say, it was, it was that sort of position where the Blood Right comes out.
Yeah, let's say the Chain Frost is bouncing between all of that, and Bloodseeker maybe having a BKB. It's a bit a difficult one, but they are starting to fall off a little bit.
No, for sure. Now down 8k against Secret. So Secret find that very, very tasty fight. Their success down on the bottom lane. They take the tier 2 tower here, 17 minutes in.
And there's the pipe. This is the big item. We wanted to see it on Ice just to have that aura. He was thinking about getting Road of Atos, bought the crown for himself because he is the king, he needs to have it. And he finished it off before. He just said, pipe, much better choice. It's gonna give us that survivability that we need. And now going for Road of Atos.
See, how close are we to the BKB for Crystallis? That's the important one. 400 gold. It won't be turning up to any fights until that's done. Probably the same to be said for Stormstormer, but he's a little further away from his. As we're seeing sort of between the control of the puck and the Underlord, Sumail getting all the opportunity to go from target to target in the midst of these fights. Entity not quite able to fight him head on at this point. This is a very, very strong Chaos Knight. It's a mid. They've got the coil. Here comes Sumail with the illusion, the Boundless Strike, buying time for Sumail to move in. Have they got enough damage though? Stormstormer is still zipping around. The Mystic Flare is there onto Sumail. Sumail getting a little low, but he is still able to find that final pullback to take out Stormstormer. He'll heal a bit off the creeps, and that'll allow him to back away. There's underneath the tower there, Nisha able to jump in and finish off a second one.
They need Toby. They definitely need Toby's damage in these fights because they're not dropping low unless he goes in with the... I'm not gonna say like full combo, but they definitely need Burrow Strike, Sandstorm, plus Skywrath Mage to be able to kill someone. We see the tankiness of the heroes. Pipe of Insight just doing so much work.
Yeah. We'll see back here that struggle to get involved as Puppey forces him away to the side. Puppey has got his eyes on Crystallis. Yeah, he's got the Troll Summoner, but Crystallis, he's able to TP out at the edge. A few skeletons, that's all this Troll Summoner can offer, of course, now. In this patch, so an easy escape for Crystallis. Stay alive, but as a team, they shift further and further behind. 11k now between them and Secret. Secret's 3 cores now in the top spot.
Invisibility.
As, of course, Ice, he's managed to have a fantastic recovery this game. Had one of the toughest starts, sort of 3 back-to-back deaths in the lane, but now he's at a point where he's got the same farm as the enemy's carry.
They were stacking for him, and also the itemization that he decided to go for. Like, every single item gives him tankiness. Everything he bought gives him, like, HP in a sense. Storm is really struggling. Like, he's close to a BKB, but that's his only items 20 minutes in. If you look at the puck, he has a Witchblade, Blink Dagger, and going for Lincoln Sphere, another defensive option against the Skywrath Mage. Even the Sand King jump, like, that's just good way. I think Entity, they need to keep fighting. Like, I don't think they can take this one late. It's, like, their heroes are gonna fall off.
I've got the portal down here. It's going to allow the rest of Secret to come over and join Ice. Yeah, but maybe they'll go for some sort of smoke with these BKBs, Entity. So that was the next sort of big item they're waiting for, and yeah, there we go. So they want to smoke up and use these core BKB purchases to try and take a fight against Secret.
A Lich showing, killing some skeletons from Puppey. Trying to bait if anyone wants to jump them, but seems like that's not the case. Secret not taking the bait.
Puppey, he'll offer up his life, or maybe not. Glimmer, behind him some safety, but Crystallis is still able to get in and get the kill. The question is if he can get out. Maybe he doesn't need to with the back of a Stormer. Zips straight over towards Yapstor. Yapstor, he'll go down. Sumail will commit for the fight here. Trying to stand his ground with the BKB Crystallis, but it's too much physical damage for Sumail and his illusions, as Crystallis has to run away from this CK. Can't take on Sumail right now. Sumail, he's going to see if he can catch more. Stormer out of mana. Nisha jumps in with the silence.
Turn that into Roche. This is the fight that the Secret wanted to have. Near the Roche pit, let's see if they want to go inside. Maybe a bit limited on the damage. CK, like, this hero never needs to go heal. Like, having the lifesteal and also the extra talent, and now it deals 1.5 damage to the creeps. It's just like, okay, you're gonna survive. You go back, hit a couple of creeps, and you're back to full HP. We see the power of Lich against the CK in terms of, like, using that ulti, bringing the illusions down, bringing the CK down to half HP, but the sustain is a bit too much. They definitely need some extra damage on top of him. He doesn't have a BKB, so if Sand King gets the good epicenter off on top of Sumail dies.
Yeah, and if they've got any support for staffs at the moment to get them out of the combo, they haven't. So indeed, if they can hold him in position, they may still have a chance. It's a lot of HP to get through, but it's not impossible.
Good reaction from Yappy.
See Stormer. Look to chase it. And he is able to grab Yapzor. Nisha trying to help Yapzor out here. And in fact, with Vice turning up, Storm's got to put the BKB. He's out of mana, so he doesn't really have any ability to keep fighting himself. He has to TP out with the remainder of that BKB.
And now Secret will go inside the pit. Stormer, he's not there. Roshan just dropping way too quickly with the Chaos Strike. Because it does work on Roshan for some reason. Extra damage. Now, Sumail holding onto that Aegis. Level 20, Reality Rift, pierces spell immunity. One of the better level 20 talents in general, because you can play so well into the enemy cores. They don't think you can reposition them, but you can.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, we're seeing it already in that last fight with the BKB, even without that piercing talent. Just any sort of hit Sumail is able to get in onto the Bloodseeker. It hurts Crystallis big time at this point with how farmed this CK is. Crystallis is not geared up at this stage to stand toe-to-toe with Sumail.
already preparing for the bottom. Anyone shows, they're gonna go on him.
There's the jump. BKB will come out. Immediate TP. Crystallis knows not to mess with these two. There's that. As we can see is exactly why so much damage from this CK at this point. Fishman's dead. Sumail continuing to get himself further and further ahead. And at this point, with how tanky Secret's heroes are getting, it's just so hard for Entity to really find any opportunity to jump.
It's a difficult game for Storm at the moment because he needs to use his mana, which his mana pool is very limited, and then going for like BKB, potentially TP out. Because if he's out of he doesn't have a BKB, he just straight up dies. He's playing into Monkey King Silence, also Road of Atos and Pit of Malice, potentially a Coil. Ooh, Coil misses.
That was close there from both sides. I say a little bit greedy that Stormer goes for the zip TP without using the BKB. But was the right call, because Nisha not quite able to get him with the Dream Coil as close as it was. All mid. Oh, Crystallis, he needs help and he needs it now. Quick step for Stormer. As they've got the control onto the CK, that's Sumail gone the once. Yapsor, he'll die first here at the fight. See if they can turn this around. Secret Sumail. He's going to try and fight this, but it's a lot of magical damage. Burrow strikes back there. Sumail will die. This is going to be Entity's fight to take. As Ice is taken out, Puppey will manage to TP away. But we're seeing, as you said, you know, that with all the farm that Sumail does have, if they can catch him in the combo, there's still this overwhelming amount of magical damage that will threaten even a high HP CK.
It is. He doesn't have a BKB, so they can burst him. I guess, you know, he's thinking about it, but playing into core-to-core matchup where you can get ruptured is something that, like, people don't like to do. And the one Burrow strike, and look at the amount of damage that they do.
Yeah, I mean, that was the thing. They took him down quickly 2 times.
Rest of the team was not there to be able to reconnect. Like, they came in, but still, like, the damage was already done. Sanking did use ulti, they didn't stop it, and then you died. There's a bit too much damage. Oh, Puppey, he's not happy.
He weren't happy with something there. He's like, oh, why does my core never have BKB?
Okay.
I mean, maybe.
I think that's what he said.
I think he changed it up. He actually, when Puppey was actually like, why do we get, where is your BKB?
Can we play that again? Let's see how good we are at the lip reading.
I mean, that is definitely the reaction there of supports where the carry dies and after a push and isn't building BKB. Yeah, Puppey saw that Scardy that Sumail had queued up and he was like, Sumail, BKB. And indeed, Sumail now with the change-up will have the BKB. He's got it fully purchased. So next time round...
Not just fully purchased, he disassembles the Echo Saber. He's like...
Puppey's like, disassemble that Echo Saber right now or buy BKB.
Or I'm taking out the machete.
What we got here? Dream Coil onto the Sand King. But he's out. Toby's going to get away. Over to the side. Fishman won't be as lucky. As they will catch him here. Well, let's see how things change up with the push around the BKB. I mean, he'll have the BKB, but he won't have that Aegis, of course. Did lose that on the back of the last push. And the following items for Crystallis, he's managed to get his Mjolnir done, and looking for the Basher next. So he can have that extra bit of potential control that could catch up some of these heroes like Nisha.
This is kind of a standard build, I would say, on Crystallis, where he gets Mjolnir, BKB, gets the Shard. It's 2% of their max HP, which is really good. He shreds through these tanky heroes like Underlord and CK, and it also heals him up. Considering how last fight went, this doesn't feel like 15k gold lead for Team
No,
Fake.
it doesn't. No, it doesn't indeed, with how well they're able to hold. And as I say, you know, to sort of stress the fact that was against an Aegis CK. You know, they took him down 2 times very, very quickly. Now, as long as he's able to put the BKB in the next fight, very unlikely that will happen again. And Sumail should have a pretty solid job of getting back to cleaning up in the team fights. But if they catch him before that BKB, we may see the same thing happen. So all about the jump from Entity in these moves.
Stormstormer going all in with his item build. Like, he's thinking about the team to be able to lock them in with the Aghanim Scepter. Is that a full? Yeah, that's a full Axe.
All right.
So if he can pull them off with the Lich Chain Frost, a Sanking Epicenter, there's also E-Blade on Sanking, but like plus Bloodrite on top of that. I feel like, you know, we're having a game if they can pull off like one big combo right now.
Well, so let's see if they can do exactly that. They're coming out with the smoke. See if they can get the jump to Mail. He's already out with the blink. Off the Phantasm from the side. Might be hard now for Entity to get the initiation that they want to. And indeed, Fishman taken out. Chrysalis is still hovering around. He's going to put the BKB. He's going to try and go toe-to-toe here with Samael. It's not working out for him, though, as Chrysalis now has to back off. Big Sip with the Vortex. The BKB comes to an end for Samael. The Dream Core's been down under the two of them. Stormstormer's in trouble. Same for Toby. As Secret, they'll get the 4 kills. A buyback comes out from Chrysalis, in fact. But there's no more fight to be had here, especially with Stormstormer out for a minute. No buyback on him.
I know it's only your position 5, but if Lich gets a Frost Shield on a Bloodseeker, then he can go for these type of plays. You know, just stand in front of the fight and deal with the CK and his illusions. He's not gonna be taking as much damage. Ice as Ice, using the Fiend's Gate inside the base so people can't get out. And suddenly this game feels really awkward for Entity.
Yeah.
Like, they went all in with the items in terms of the execution. It just wasn't there. Like, they got caught off guard. Buck with the coil, and he also does have a gem, so a lot of these wards are gonna get devorded if they're also playing into Sanking. Let's see if they can get this kill.
Yeah, we saw how much of a difference it makes now. You know, Samael with that BKB, they couldn't kill him through that. The only hero that has any sort of a chance. I mean, not even really with the build at this stage. Chrysalis, a lot of his damage magical still. So once that BKB's popped, Samael is without a doubt untouchable at this point.
They might have like one more fight, and then it becomes extremely difficult for them. Let's see if they decide to smoke. Roshan might respawn in 2 seconds. Let's see. Secret holding the high ground. They do have Sentry and Bobs there.
Toby's going to be able to counterplay. They have the Vortex to hold Samael in position, but the BKB itself once more, and the Dream Core's down pretty much upon them all, as Chrysalis just getting destroyed by the damage of Samael. Triple kill for Yapsa, in fact, with that Wukong's command, as they're ready to turn it into more. Samael steps forward, grabs back Fishman. Kataomi, the last one left alive, as he'll scramble back towards the base, but he's not even going to get out. Nisha leaving no survivors. GG is called. As Secret, after a weird and rough game 2, they're back on track with this game 3. Not a lot of messing around here. And yeah, we saw you didn't want to be messing around if you're on that team with Puppy. He was making sure they get the win, and they do. This game 3 looking to be as solid of an ending as game 1 was.
Yeah, it was a good showing off from Team Secret, especially Nisha on the puck. And yeah, Sumail was completely free farming that one fight. He got caught. On the other side, ISSI struggling at the early stages, manages to make a big comeback. Like, it's an Underlord, kind of hard to make him look flashy, but he's done the job.
Yeah, and as you said, Jet, to go back to Nisha, he had a rough game 2, but game 1 and game 3, I think, certainly made up for that, ending on a very impressive KDA once more. 8-0, 16 on his puck this game. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen, with that done and dusted, Secret, the series, it's theirs. 2-1 against Entity.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
I feel like I just met you every time we meet again. You got me questioning, are we more than friends? I close my eyes and through the night imagine you out there. I think it's only fair that I tell you once again.
Phil made me feel like I had like
a team of cheerleaders being like, this is the one you want right here.
Phil was able to send me jobs that fit my search criteria.
He really helped me get my talents out there so employers could review it and get seen.
Did 3 interviews and I got 2 job offers. It was a great experience. It was like people wanted me, like what?
For the perfect massaging shampoo, we train to hit 7 pressure points. 7 pressure points, 2 hands, 1 path to victory. Remember your training? Right here, people. Good stuff.
Sport Blitz!
All 7 pressure points, right?
The future waits for no one, so we refuse to wait for it. Today, battles are waged in nanoseconds, and planes are piloted from the other side of the world. The future's not coming, it's already here. Join us and be the future.
What do you got going on?
Our thing, matters of national security.
Baby, that's not dangerous.
I know you're lying.
This is only about money. Who are we working for? I'm gonna come for you.
The Contractor, rated R, now in theaters, and buy it today on digital.
I'm a millionaire. I'm not a millionaire? I'm a millionaire? I'm not a millionaire.
Crypto is complicated, but as a tax expert with crypto experience, you can hand your taxes off to me. You do your thing, we've got your taxes. Intuit, TurboTax Live.
You can sell the best night's sleep, your worst nightmare, and things you forgot, but finally remember. Squarespace is everything you need to sell anything.
Imagine being able to fill your home for $99 a month. With the power of Bob's discount, it's possible. Take my Blake dining set for only $5.99. Add my best-selling Laurel sofa and love seat, only $9.99. And throw in my 5-piece Tremont Queen bedroom set for only $9.99. Math time! That's a house full of furniture for...
Calculating.
$25.97 or $99 per month for 30 months, totaling $29.70 with qualified special financing. Because with Bob's discount...
Math is fun.
Better ingredients, better pizza means that every bite of this slice just keeps getting better. From the first bite to the dunk. And just when you're thinking this slice can't get any better, you get to that epic stuffed crust that's hand-stuffed with cheese.
Vaping made my social anxieties 10 times worse. I used to be stressed about going to school and talking to new kids and stuff, but around my friends and around my family, I wasn't, that was comfortable for me. And then it became, even around those people, I had to vape. That's when the vaping cycle kicks in. It was a fake form of confidence. I felt bad about who I was before I started vaping, but after I started vaping, I felt worse about who I was becoming.
It's a little rough maybe at the very start of the game as Entity was getting kills and kills and kills. But at the end of the day, the net worth lead kept growing for Team Secret, and then the fight started following suit. And mentioning, of course, Nisha and his beast performance on his puck as he was able to kind of carry his team to victory, set a high tempo, and I think that is exactly what they needed. I'm here with T-Gov and Effie and T. This high tempo Team Secret, this is what we need to see more, right?
It was refreshing to watch. I think Secret, they're a team that often can, after laning phase, stay on their side of the river, farm defensively, not think too much about being too aggressive. But this was... It was a breath of fresh air. They looked at Entity in the eyes and gone, wait a second, we can outpace you, we can outfight you. They picked the tanky heroes. The Underlord lane didn't do too well, but the rotations, grouping up together, I think that bot tier 2 fight was the key thing for me. How quickly they dove the tower, they wiped them, and at that point it's like, well, how are you going to find the space on the map to farm to be able to deal with this lineup? So yeah, I think it was a refreshing game 3 from Secret. We get to see the highlight here. It all started because of the old Monkey King and the Tree scouting out both the Sky and the Lich. The puck with the follow-up and everyone else just collapsing in quite cleanly. So yeah, this was just a beautiful team fight. And at this point, it feels like Entity, they have to just find that one kind of miracle smoke or that engagement. And Secret never provided them that access to that type of comeback.
Because also the last pick buck was just really great against Storm. I think Enchantress played such a clean game, rotated in early and killed the Storm and was just all over the place. Monkey King being able to give vision to kind of just cement that net worth lead when they took that bottom tier 2. And the CK was just so tanky, right? There were so many times where it looked like, oh guys, let's get a good jump on him, but then boom, armlet activated. heroes melting in 2 seconds. I'm just glad we got to see more cat and less mouse from Secret.
Yeah, that's exactly what Heen wanted.
Yeah.
Because they did describe their desire to kind of play more predatory style of Dota and cross the river more, be the aggressors, and we didn't really see that this series. It looked like they were just gearing towards that 40-minute timing, but this time around.
This time around it wasn't the case, and Team Secret victory indeed. Hey Ice, congratulations on the series.
Oh, hi.
Hi, you're alive. How are you feeling?
Good.
Yeah, good. That is that is important. I have a question about your Underlord. We've not seen it played by you yet, this DPC. What do you think about the hero on the offlane at the moment?
It's pretty good, I guess. I kind of always liked it because of the new Fiendskate. Yeah, and I think Amma is like the other guy that's been playing it, and yeah, it looked good.
It looks pretty good. How much of a different approach does that hero require from you in terms of the Fiendskate? You kind of also want to be able to have your teammates make use of the Fiendskate, right? In terms of communication, how much does that change for you?
Not much actually. I mean, it's just like a Furon teleport that you could use for your team. So if you kind of just treat it like a teleport.
Okay, fair enough. I also have a question regarding bootcamp. Obviously, you and Samil have been there for quite a while, but you also have teammates joining you. How has that made a difference for you in your approach in the games that you've got going on at the moment?
Feels the same actually. Because Yazid isn't here, so it actually feels kind of awkward when it's like a 1-4.
Is he still coming over or not at all?
No, it's Ramadan, so I think he prefers to chill at home and eat his dates and whatever.
Okay, and that makes it, of course, a little bit of a different boot camp than you guys are used to. But are you still able to work on the things that you want to work on?
I guess. I mean, there's just a lot of time in between games, so we are mostly just chilling.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of boring actually, the DPC, but yeah, life's life, you know.
Have you found something to do in the times that you're not? Obviously, in between officials, you got like what normally? Like last time, you had like 7 days or something in between officials. What do you do? Obviously, you played a lot of Dota, but that can't be everything. You also need to be able to take breaks, right?
I mean, we actually just play a lot of Dota, and we don't really go out. I think we went out for like 1 meal in 5 weeks.
Wow.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna say in the last week, but in 5 weeks? Okay, that better have been a really good meal, or it was really bad, and that's why you don't go out again.
I mean, the kitchen isn't really good here. So when I was in Stockholm for like last DPC, I was there for 2 weeks. I kind of did a lot of things. Like I just cook every day, and that was nice. But this hotel is kind of meh.
Oh, sad to hear it, because I remember you saying also when you were in Jordan, you really were enjoying the cuisine in Jordan last tour as well.
I like Jordan food. It's nice. The hummus and the falafel. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah,
falafel, man.
Yeah.
All right, I have a quick question. You said obviously you're playing a lot of Dota. In your downtime, there's a lot of time in between officials. Who on your team in pubs do you beat the most? And who on your team, when you play against, do you lose the most in pubs?
I think I lose to Nisha the most because he's always smurfing and you'll never know if it's him or not. And I always win with... let me think. Nisha too? Because he's smurfing as well? So, wait, you're allowed to smurf, right? Never mind, I didn't say that.
It's a grey area. It's a grey area. You know, pros probably have it a bit different, but okay, fair enough. So, Nisha, cool. Thanks for the answer.
Yeah, so, hey Daryl, I just wanted to kind of ask a general question. How is the team morale right now? I know this was kind of a high-pressure series. So how did you guys feel going in? Were you anxious?
I mean, I was a little anxious, but wasn't too much. Normally, the anxiousness goes away when the game starts for me. So pre-game, I'll be like, knees weak and palms sweaty. But when it gets into the game, I'm good. I think team morale is weird because we started off pretty well actually, going 2-1, only losing to Tundra. And I think losing to Bram and Gaiman, Galliatus hit us hard because I don't think we're supposed to lose to them. And we are recovering, I guess. It's kind of weird.
So, how did you guys deal with the loss versus Brame? Did you guys sit down and talk about it, or did you just kind of?
I mean, kind of just do something else, I guess. There's like no quick fix to it. So you either play like games together, other kind of games, right? Atomic War, poker, or whatever, or you just go out and have a meal. Because the way DPC is scheduled, it's kind of hard to look forward to the next games and like, you get what I mean? Like in like a LAN tournament, if you lose, you're gonna have a game like a few hours or tomorrow. So it actually feels good when you like. I mean, it doesn't feel good when you lose, but there are like things you can work on. But if you lose in like the DPC, you're gonna play in like a week, and people are just feeling shitty after a loss normally, and we just chill and do something else.
Do you ever sit down as a team and kind of study the loss and talk about what went wrong, or do you just kind of look to the next series instead?
I think we normally look at replays that we win and not replays that we lost.
Morale boost.
Yeah, it feels better,
Okay, thank you.
All right,
Yeah.
Exercise, thank you for being open with us and taking the time to talk to us as well. Good luck on your final match on Saturday. And we were very happy to see you bounce back after last week's loss to Brame here to take this series here today. So congratulations on that, and talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And that means that right now Team Secret is 3-3, and that is a good, but they're not 100% safe, nor do they have 100% guarantee to go to Major, because there's so much that still can happen. Of course, Entity dropped to 2-4, but they can still end 3-4, so can Secret, so can Brame. Who knows what's going to happen? Nobody knows what's going to happen. You just got to tune back in every single time. We're not done yet, though. Don't get me wrong. We're not done yet. We're done with Division 1, but we're going to move forward to Division 2. We got Team Bald versus Ivy coming your way after the break.
like being a shared workspace for up to 5,000 fleas? If you like being protected from fleas and ticks with Nexstar, take a nap. I think I can hear the ticks feeding. That sucks.
Start killing in minutes, for pet's sake.
We are Full Moon. We love dogs. We love to make dog treats with 100% human-grade ingredients. Our motto is, if it's not good enough for us, it's not good enough for them. If you're lucky, they'll share. Full Moon. Available now on Amazon.
Chloe and Rennie went down the sand dunes.
We need a real adventure.
Make it real. Compare travel credit cards that help you book adventures beyond your backyard. Compare your way there. Find the smartest financial products for you on NerdWallet.
G'day. Next time you holiday, why go small when you can go Australia? Go ride with them, glide around icons, or relax out here. Whatever you do, don't go small, go Australia.
When you drive a Honda, the adventures go on and on. Follow your adventures with the thrilling performance of Honda. The brand owners are calling the most fun to drive. Hurry into a local Honda dealer where new vehicles are arriving daily.
Gaming improves reflexes and hand-eye coordination, which means gamer pilots are safer pilots.
I'm not gaming for me. I'm gaming for you.
Transcend humanity with Omen.
We're going to Division 2 here for Dream League Season 17, powered by Intel, and we have got two teams that have to fight for survival here. It is Team Bald and it is Ivy. Both teams are 1 and 4 right now. I'm joined by Effie, I'm joined by Cinnamon, and we're going to start by looking at the standings because it is spooky time for these two teams. We already know that Winter Bear 0 and 6 is already eliminated. They still have one series to play, of course, but Team Bald and Ivy on the chopping block here, as both of them, the only victory that they have seen is against Winter Bear. It's not looking good.
No, you kind of, if you want to avoid relegation, this is a must-win, right? I think going 1 and 5 and then hoping you get some sort of a tiebreaker on a 2 and 5 scoreline in the end is not what you're looking at. I will say, I think for both of these teams, even though they have the same score, I think Team Bald has overall looked better. The games they've taken, I believe it was against, was it Chicken Fighters and Alliance they won a game? And I believe they 2-0'd Winter Bear, so did Ivy, if I'm not mistaken. But that series was... Yeah, Winter Bear has kind of been, unfortunately, largely a pushover this season. But obviously, it's really cool to have that team represented here in Division 2. And maybe they can come back next time. But yeah, just based on overall results against other teams and like star power, I would say Team Bald Reborn probably at least a decent favorite today.
I agree. I feel like most people would go into this series favoring them, but also both of these teams have to play against very difficult opponents next series. So if they don't win, they're kind of screwed because I think Ivy needs to play against Chillax and Team Bald needs to go against Goon Squad, who are just the overall favorites. So this game is do or die for relegation. I hope both teams can have a strong showing because I feel like Ivy underperformed a little bit. They looked good in some games, but just not like they had a clear enough means to approach the patch, right?
Very true. And so far, I mean, we have Bald a little bit as the favorite, but before the tour started, we called Bald, they were like the gatekeeper of top 4. Is it since you feel like the Division 2 is a lot stronger than last tour?
Yeah, I think the other teams are just better. And I think it's going to probably be a natural progression we're seeing. I think in all the Division 1s, I feel like for the most part, certain teams are starting to do better, right? We've had the classic top dogs are sometimes around the middle of the field now. So the entire scene is kind of just catching up, and it's like rings in the water in Division 2 as well.
Yeah, that is definitely what's happening, and that means that Bald is a little bit lower on the rankings than what they're used to. Well, we'll see if they can claw their way back up. We've got a draft in front of us as we have Ivy playing from the Radiant side this time around. Team Bald Reborn from the Dire side. First pick going the way of Ivy, and therefore Bald, of course, getting second pick, which is at the moment the more favorable one. We do have Ivy instantly going for the Aya. Well, You know, I mean, low skill, he's just chilling. He's probably not the drafter for his team. And he's just resting his eyes a little bit. I don't blame him one bit.
Or he is the drafter for his team, and this is how he picks.
Then he picks Io blindly. I think that is a pretty good success rate.
Yeah, that's...
Wow, he is always eating. Good for him.
Yeah, but this time around the tea is light rather than... I think maybe the other one was coffee, I'm not sure.
That looks like apple juice.
So
no,
I
that
was
is definitely tea.
Just
Surely.
Really?
I mean, it has a tea filter story. So.
Yeah, oh, that is a tea filter. I
Yeah,
can see
so
it
about
now.
Jay Vincento, right?
Oh.
Yes.
I think I was commenting on how he kept pouring these. I was like, I'm sure there's something I don't understand here, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm not like a tea aficionado. I think this guy's really into tea,
Yes,
okay?
he is.
So apparently, when he has these like really small cups, it's because by having them, he can get like really clean and clear infusions. So there's the most like possible flavor out of the leaves that way. So you keep getting like fresh infusions that way. That's just not something I'm privy to. I would say generally when I have tea, I just have a cup. But
the bigger cup, the better, generally as well.
But how does the tea taste when you have that banana flavor in your mouth? We're about to find out. Because he just finished his banana, so...
Because banana sometimes can give you a little bit of a dry feeling in your mouth, and now he's making it warm and wet.
He's pleased. Well, that looks like he was pleased, right?
I really hope. Because, okay, so Ivy has only won one series so far, was against Winter Bear, and I don't believe we got a winner's interview with James Vincenzo. But if they win here, I want this guy, Vincenzo, for interview, and I'm not going to ask him anything about Dota.
I would also like to ask him about tea.
Yes.
Because I am a coffee person, but I have been interested in getting more into tea.
It's healthier.
These days, I just feel like...
Oh, he's a coffee person too on the other side.
Yes, he has both.
Oh, damn.
I mean, he's like all about I think more like the espresso beverages, but he's got all like the little cups and the thingies.
He's staying hydrated too. He's great. Okay, back to the Dota.
I love camera shots like this. It just gives so much more like flavor. No pun intended, but this guy...
Is this a camera shot or a live stream though, Jason?
I mean, at
the
this
other guy.
point, I think if he's only making tea as a live stream, there's going to be people that are going to be interested.
Could definitely do a variety stream.
Yeah.
Or just like and just chatting about tea.
Oh, he just smelled it. He's like,
You know, he always smells it. Every time when he's got the little lid, he smells it some. There must be some method to it.
Okay.
Amazing.
Okay,
Absolutely
guys.
amazing.
Dota. So, Io Storm. Historically, very good pairing, right? Because Storm can take advantage of the bonus regeneration that Io can provide to him. And the Timber Saw opening for a Team Vault is not unusual. They have an excellent Timber player in Rajix, Grandmaster tier. By having the Hoodwink, you can also just have that kind of burst damage. But there's a little bit of counter synergy between these two heroes, by the way. It's very annoying to be a Hoodwink, set up on a kill, and then your Timber Saw just breaks your tree, and the target runs away. Very annoying.
Yeah, I feel like there's like a small subset of heroes that Hoodwink doesn't particularly like laning with for that reason. I think Bat Rider is another example where it can just get, you can run into these situations where you mess each other's plays up.
Dawnbreaker as well. Dawnbreaker can just break your shock.
Dawnbreaker as well, absolutely.
Very annoying.
But when it comes to this pairing, I would say for the most part, I think it's not so much in the lane that it can mess up, but it's in the mid-game team fights where Hoodwink wants to throw out a tree and then latch them with Bushwhack, and then there's a random Chakram just flying through and just cuts it off.
It just feels like Timbersaw can't do the bulk of his damage until the rest of his team takes advantage of the Bushwhack duration.
Yeah.
But online, she's very solid, right? She can play for full, she can play for harass, she can scout things out, look for kills. She's just a very solid lane partner to have.
And she might not even be the lane partner here necessarily. I think this is going to be a core Tusk, perhaps, actually. So never mind. Or they play 5 Tusk, but... Because I could see Hoodwink being a viable 5 in quite a lot of situations, actually, but if you're putting Tusk with Timber, I don't really feel like there's much benefit. Like, this lane has, like, no synergy, right? It's 2 melee heroes, Timber does not take advantage of tag team at all, doesn't really benefit too much from the shards either. It's kind of likely to just fly through them with a chain, so...
And there's also potential for 5 Tusk. That used to be a thing back in the day. They would pair him with ranged carries like Drow Rangers and whatnot. So I'm not saying it's the best, but
right.
It is something that used to be done.
I'd like to see a reliable catch here from Ivy that isn't only the Storm. Any sort of targetable stun. Is Dragonite in the pool? He is, but they're against Timber, so they're not going to grab that. Ember is not going to be picked because they have Storm. Sand King is banned. What am I looking for exactly?
Are you looking for a carry? Because CK is still in the pool. If you're looking for some
CK could be a thing. Absolutely. CK looks... the Timber, again, is a little bit of a deterrent here.
Also deterrent to another carrier, the Sun, which is Wraith King.
Yeah.
Not so great. But I do like this skirmishy kind of style coming out of Ivy, because Pango also can take advantage of extra regen early on, but you've got a lot of ways to just kind of force them to fight you, and a lot of jump on the backline, right? But so far the backline seems to only be looking like a hoodwink. It feels like the Timbersaw is just going to be this wall between Ivy and the rest of Team Bald so far, because they don't really have the damage to deal with them yet.
Well, that does not have a disable.
It does not, but I'm kind of with Effie here. I think maybe I'm overestimating the importance of getting a secondary catch. I just think a lot of the time Storm really likes to not have to go first every time, right? And this, sure, Pango perhaps can roll up and find the opportunity to go in first, but a lot of the time these two heroes like to be follow-up, or, you know, maybe go on different targets where somebody initiates the fight and then the other heroes from the enemy team start showing themselves, and that's where Storm gets his jump on the backline. In this case, perhaps what you're going to do instead as Ivy is you're going to just have really strong 5-man around the IO, and that's going to give you the opportunity to force fights where the enemy team has to go into you, and then you don't necessarily have to jump very much.
You can also flex the Pango to support and just pick a sturdy initiation type of offlaner to kind of make the game easier for Storm Spirit as well. I mean, just a Mars-esque type of hero. Mars is banned out, but still Beastmaster exists. You can get the Hawk Vision for Hoodwink, and you just have that Primal Roar, something like that.
That's quite the disco mouse Regix is rocking today. That is...
For Ivy, whenever they've picked Pango thus far, they've always played it on Cube, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them still going for that tanky hero that you're talking about.
It is, because Pudge isn't particularly good in Pro Dota right now, it's probably Cube's best hero, Pango. I'd say the hero that he stands out the most on compared to population in the high ranks is definitely Pudge. So if there is a good Pudge patch, you know this team's going to run it. But yeah, nobody really likes that hero right now.
They tried it once.
You know, you can just, you could dodge the whole tanky offlaner type, and you could just go for maybe a Bat Rider, right? Because you still need damage for the Timbersaw, and Bat Rider lanes very well.
That's amazing so far.
Yeah, you'd have the damage for Timber, you'd have a means to find Hoodwink in the tree line, and you could just kind of do this 5-man eye lineup with a Bat, right? You don't necessarily have to play for just stuns in the late game, you can just dominate the mid game. So they do Tusk Medusa. We did talk about the potential of a 5 Tusk. It seems kind of there with the Medusa pick, to be honest.
I think 5 Tusk wants to play with almost exclusively ranged carries. There's like a few melees that it can work with. I think with PA, for example, a hero that has innately good attack speed and physical damage sources can work. But yeah, Medusa definitely. It's also within Bald's wheelhouse. I feel like they were taking quite a bit of time to take this, because it's not like the obvious pick against Razor to want to play Medusa, right? Like it's one of the matchups that can be tricky, depending on the circumstances, but they still do opt to go for it and just seemingly want to take this fight head on as 5. And perhaps the logic is, if we pick a lineup where Storm is going to struggle to find initiation targets, we can largely take him, remove a lot of his value in the game.
For sure. I mean, I do think there needs to be damage for this Timbersaw. It just seems very lacking at the moment.
We do get a last pick, probably mid for Team Bald. Windranger ban as well as Puck. Puck pretty standard ban when you have the Storm as well as Pango. I think Puck would have been very good. Arguably, you could have also picked that before Medusa, actually, because you have a lot of information here for Team Bald. I think they would have been better off grabbing the mid hero and last picking the carry with the all three, well, not all 3 cores shown on the enemy team, but definitely the mid and the Storm. You have that information available.
The Windranger ban is interesting because Excalibur has played it before, but I guess you can consider it as a means to, number 1, windrun away from the static link, and 2, just get a BKB and focus fire the Pangolier and Rolling Thunder. You can pretty much kill him without having to worry about him bothering your team. And the way that Ivy's lineup is set up is this Pango is very important to take these fights, because there really is no clean disable, and the only initiation is Storm. So this Pango on the backlines has a lot on his shoulders.
They might try to alleviate a little bit of that pressure from him with this last pick, like we talked about, getting some other means of starting a fight or another lockdown or
a bat. There's still potential.
They'll end up going for the
Offlane
Ursa.
Razor.
Offlane Razor, yeah. They're going to run the Razor into Dusa. And they will be facing Ursa into Timber is the plan here. So just standard, like, good lane matchups is what Ivy's going for. I wonder if you can throw a bit of a curveball here as Team Bald by putting your lanes differently. The tricky thing is Timbersaw doesn't inherently do particularly well against Razor or Ursa in the mid lane either. Or sorry, in either side lane. They could put Timber mid against Storm, which would be fine.
And they go for DK.
Wait, so is that mid DK? Probably.
Yeah, that looks like a mid DK. Excalibur will pick it up.
Okay.
So DK gives them that kind of stun initiation that Hoodwink can follow up on, right? Just a lot of damage. You can just choose your target. It's the instant stun for the Storm Spirit, which they didn't really have so far. They had a Snowball, a Walrus Punch, and a Bushwhack, but a good Storm can kind of play around all of those abilities, but having that come out of DK is really important. And also he's just got the sustain to sit mid and eventually pressure the tower if Storm does play for rotations. I think the Ursa, the concept behind it also is probably just Diffusal Blade and run at the Medusa early on, because Team Bald's lineup will outscale Ivy's lineup, right? With this Medusa, she can just dominate this late game, so...
Are you concerned about last picking Dragon Knight into both Razor and Ursa from like a game plan perspective, or do you think it's worth it still?
I think that for what they picked it for, they just wanted a means to address the Storm Spirit and just kind of be sturdy at some point. I don't feel like it's got the greatest one-to-one matchups, but I see what they're doing with it, and if the lanes don't go badly, I think it will have a really good place in the game.
You agree?
Yeah, I think Team Bald's lineup, and also just favoring them as the team overall, should probably get across the finish line here, but if things go poorly and the enemy cores get ahead, I also see a potential complete snowball from Ivy if their cores are doing well, so a little bit dangerous.
Yeah. Let's see if Ivy can potentially snowball or if Team Bald will take this first game as a victory. We're finding out together with Odie Pixel and Tigov.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for T-Ball Reborn against IVT. Now, coming into this matchup, two teams, similar position at the moment in the division. A very important game to sort of decide who's going to be able to have the chance of holding on in this Division 2. What is your sort of expectations coming into this game with these two teams? How do they sort of sit in comparison to one another, and what do you think of these drafts?
So, in regards to, leaderboard, both are 1-4 in series, but in games played, Team Bald, they've got 4 wins to their name, Ivy only 2. And also, performance-wise, I would have to give Bald a little bit of an edge. They've been able to take games off of Chicken Fighters, off of Alliance. So, yeah, this series, I am favoring Bald. I think, chat's also probably favoring Bald, but it would be nice to see at some point in the DPC, like, teams turn around their storyline. And Ivy right now, they've been beaten down a lot. And this is the series for them to kind of prove to everyone that maybe there's a little bit of something like that kind of magic and why they got to qualify Division 2 for this tour round. So, yeah, this is going to be a super close series, hopefully. And, the loser, most likely eliminated. Because both of these teams, they have to play up against some of the bigger names in the group. I think Team Bald's going up against, Goon Squad. And Ivy's going up against Chillax. So still a pretty decent team there. So this is going to be the most competitive, close series for both of them.
Yeah, for sure. This is the series that's probably going to determine the result of the final standings. And so this game as well. I mean, anything that you particularly liked from the drafts, especially sort of towards the end of it?
I did like the concept of the Dusa in regards to giving them the scaling. I think my one concern, like the panel touched on as well, is the fact that it's Ursa. It has a very good game due to the fact that once he picks up Diffusal, gets the Blink Dagger, if he goes on Timbersaw or even the Medusa, he's going to have high value. He's going to be able to put them under the pressure. So it's all about how low skill and this IO can kind of enter the game. Because if they have a good start, Team Bald, is there enough map for them to farm up? So all eyes on low skill. A carry player who's had a kind of a shaky DPC showing so far. In some of the losses, he's been a bit disconnected. Some of the wins, he's looked triumphant, be it like the Morphling, for example.
And sort of that overall pick as well for Excalibur. You kind of see what they're doing here with the DK to finish things off, or are you maybe a bit concerned with some of the matchups that Excalibur's going to have to deal with down the road?
Honestly, I was fine with the DK, just because you want to have an instant stun against the Storm Spirit. When you look at the heroes they had, they were going to be relying on a Snowball, a Walrus Punch, or a Bushwhack to lock down the Storm Spirit. Not really reliable. You pick DK, one of the best instant stuns in the game. Blink dagger stun, poof, Storm's then followed up. So I like it for a nice clean answer for this early Storm pick.
Oh, Cube.
Pretty low.
Very, very low indeed. And the lane setup. This is what the best way for Team Bold to start things off, have Gorg down here on the aggressive tri-lane.
Yeah, 100%. I really wanted to see them put the Medusa into the Ursa. It's about, winning matchups, right? Razor into Medusa, Razor will do pretty well. Ursa into Timber, Ursa will do pretty well. So Team Board entering this laning setup, they decided just to put Timbersaw on an island and ensure that Medusa can do pretty well. And this is a potent lane. You pair Hoodwink plus Tusk, very aggressive style heroes, into an Ayu Pangolier support. Like, I am going to be favoring Team Board for the bot lane aggression.
Ivy trying to have a bit of a poke at them, but indeed, in particular when those level 2s are there on the supports, Team Bold are going to have that bit more of a punch when it comes to the brawling.
The nice thing about bot lane so far is that they already cut all the trees down, so Pablo early on with this pushback, he's not having the value. Of course, once he hits level 2 with the Acorn shot, he can create his own tree, then stun them up, but just the early level 1 cutting down these trees have given a little bit of, of a safety net for Ivy to play around.
And we'll have to see if they're going to be quick on using those Quelling Blades, trying to stop that. But over to the side. Just a little bit of a poke here as they were about to hit the level 2s. Ixon's already got his.
The CS might look pretty Radiant favored, but that is because there is a double wave coming into Medusa now, so it's all on Gorg. Can he CS under the tower? 2 CS hit. 3. Hits all the CS over.
Oh, he's smashing it.
Smashing it.
Bit of D-ward in here from one another.
Yeah, I mean, both teams just stopping the pull camp. We're just going to see some, organic laning. None of this pulling shenanigans. Who can keep the lane equilibrium a little bit better? I have a moment. I would probably argue Team Board, they shouldn't die in here, because if you jump the Tusk, you're going to get bushwhacked, or he's going to be able to maybe snowball out. But if Ivy, on the other hand, if they're the ones out of position, if they use their Earthshock aggressively, or if there isn't a squash available, that's when they may be going down. Oh, and there it is.
In here, straight onto JM. That's going to be first blood. Here for Team Bold, Ixon will be able to take that, and it's... yeah, Ivy's got to be careful. They've almost just got to sort of settle with the fact that low skill is getting the CS, but pushing it any further than that...
Oh, and low skill as well.
It's probably going to cause issues. Yeah, he's trying to jump in. He's not quite got the support backup, and he will die for this. Will pop a Fairy Fire. It's not keeping him alive. So Team Bold getting both kills. The big one as well, taking down the carry.
Yeah, the instant pick off onto Io, and then Ursa still positioning like he had the Io next to him. We mentioned how strong Tusk is with one ranged hero because of tag team. You slap a second ranged hero in that, you're gonna bleed if you're out of position, and yeah, Ursa very much did. Then I'll come back to bot lane, but this is now where the lane can be a little bit volatile. Low skill with no TP has to be careful. If he does overstep his mark and dies again, we might see him smoking back to the jungle or something. Like, that's how delicate he has to be right now.
He's got to be careful. Meanwhile, on the other lanes, mid lane, it's going very, very nicely here for Mobe. 30-7 against the 21 for 2.
Just utilizing the small camp to great effect, and also, Storm versus most heroes, he farms really well. This DK pick wasn't to stop farming in the lane, it's about the game for sure. So, Mobai, he sees this DK, he's going to brush it off, he's going to enjoy the fact that his lane's going to go well, and it's how he enters the game. Is it the 6-minute rune where he gets maybe an Arcane or a Haste, comes to bot lane, and overwhelms this aggressive tri-lane that he sees? Because that's the small movements that you need from a Storm Spirit, like we saw earlier today.
Ooh, good bushwhack there. With the snake bounces, low skill, he's just going to get taken out. Team Bolt, they're able to find the kill. So you jump forward from Cube towards Ixon, but he hasn't got enough damage on his own to get anything in return. As Team Bolt, they'll take a third kill in this bottom lane, and the second time on the one that counts, taking out low skill.
It's a disgustingly powerful tri-lane. They also put an aggressive ward in. Ursa did have his TP back available when he respawned, so not too bad. But once again, look at that lane. That lane's pretty much pushing out all the way to Team Bull. They were able to keep their hard camp alive, getting a couple of these half pulls off. So as soon as the lane comes back here, this is a scary place to be if you're Ursa. And then, meanwhile in the other lanes, Radix, he walked back to base. He was put down to about 100, 200 HP from Max just walking him down with the level 3 static link, but he TP backed up. Pretty even farm happening in the side lanes as well. But yeah, Razor actually dominating him, what am I saying? 35 CS, 19 denies. Alright, yeah, Max is actually slaughtering Regix in top lane. But it is a pretty good matchup for the Razor.
No, for sure. I mean, Radix has still got what spells to spam for CS, but when he's had that right click taken away, he's not going to get any denies in.
He's playing on the fringe of the creep waves on top lane. Like, when he gets static linked, he has to chain out to break it, then walk it back in. And in that time, he's already probably built up 20, 30 damage on Max. So, yeah, very much. Razor versus melee hero, Razor wins. So, yeah, we can ignore that top lane for now.
Cube. Set it up there. Back in the mid. Now that Mobile's got his level 7, he's not going to be dying anytime soon. And still, in that top spot here with regards to farm. Excalibur about 100 behind. Top lane, maybe see if they can make a move with Cube. Bottom lane, Jam Vincenzo in trouble. And anybody that steps out of position down here instantly die. It's probably getting to the point where low skill might have to consider leaving this lane.
Yeah, now with the advantage of them having the vision here as well, I wouldn't be surprised if these guys bring out a smoke, they connect into mid, and start getting the ball rolling. In Mobile, he's being rather aggressive on the DK.
If they've got enough damage, Excalibur will turn with the Dragon Tail onto Mobile, and that'll stop him from being able to go for more. He has a lot of charges on his one bottom. Into the jungle, they found low skill. It's going to be another death on the Ursa.
Poor Odders, there's nowhere for him to farm. He needs to go much deeper into the jungle. Like, he's farming underneath the die ward. That should probably get dewarded as an indicator of them instantly ganking him there, but right now the Ursa's got access to his triangle top that Ursa hates farming early on, and maybe a couple jungle camps. There isn't a lane for him to go to. Ivy need to correct this. They need to open up the map for him. But it will be difficult with the support duo that they have right now. Instead, he's just TPing back bottom. He realizes that there's nowhere for him to farm, really. So he's just going to stick it out and hope that...
I mean, Cube is coming over, but he's under the sentry. It's about to expire, however. Should mean that Team Bob won't be caught by surprise by this Pango.
And they all have sticks and wands. They got plenty of charges. They're full HP now, but they're going to have a big burst of, regen if Ivy do commit in the engagement. This bot lane has not gone that well for them. Just a really nice setup from board. And Medusa, top net worth 3.7k. You compare that to the Razor, who was pretty much free farming top against Timbersaw. And he's 200 behind.
Ixon, he's trying to tempt Cube into making a move.
Alright, the Storm TP in bottom. Rotation time.
Here we go, big zip to start things off. Get the pullback on Gorg. Do they have the damage? Snowball will buy a bit of time for Gorg. He's able to put the stick charges. Continue with the retreat. Low skill attempting to stay on top of him, but he won't be able to chase him out. Gorg backs off safely as Ivy, with that move, not able to get any of the kills that they'd hoped for.
They're desperate to find something here. But again, the stick charges that we mentioned, they're just so tanky. This Storm rotation, I'd maybe argue, is a minute or two too late. When the lane was a little bit more even.
Oh, Pablo, he's still got the setup. And they've got the chain lockdown. As low skill, he's going to get burnt out by Excalibur.
He's died 4 times in the first 10 minutes.
It's a tough start for him.
Yeah, at this point, you'd often expect like a morbid mask or something. An insurance policy for what is normally a harder laning phase, but he doesn't have that. He's got the diffusal and quick buy. This is going to be a very difficult game for Ursa to find entry.
I mean, yeah, I guess sort of the upside for Ivy is that they do have Storm and Razor having a great start, right? So there's a high probability that Max on the Razor might be able to do enough to overcome the struggles that Low Skills had here in the lane.
Yeah, you see here, super clutch there with the snowball save to disconnect with Ixon, then the shards as well, because Ursa, he was hungry. He wanted to chase down that Medusa, but he keeps him. But then he stays a little bit too long and dies once again. For sure. Oh no, it's like Drummer 2.0. Alright, Owen, do you think he's playing like this?
No, I believe that's probably a clip before the beginning of the game.
Are you sure, Owen?
For the humour, we can say, yeah, sure, that's a live video. There it is, Low Skill. He's He's focused on the game.
Oh, I always feel so bad when I see this because I'm like, it's a great meme, but some poor guy in Twitch chat's him like, why is there a pro player playing with his blindfolded? Oh, bless.
And with that pressure and control of the bottom lane, Team Bold, they've taken the tier 1. Up 6-0, 2k lead for them.
Oh, 3 bounty runes in the jungle.
Oh, and I love this as well.
Money,
low
money.
Skill. You're talking about money. Look at the recovery plan here for low skill.
That's something.
That's how you do it. Hey, that's how I'd do it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only way to do it.
Let's go. Midas recovery. Recovery Midas. It's the plan. He's going to stick to it. He better. Otherwise, I'll be bitterly disappointed.
Well, the only other thing he could do is Fury, but that sounds infinitely worse in this scenario.
Oh, no. Yeah, Midas, bit of attack speed, bit of money, bit of XP. It gives you loads of good stuff.
It does everything. No, but, memes aside, Diffusal Blade would force him to take the fight. If he had Diffusal Blade at, like, this minute, sure, go for it. But the fact that he doesn't and how bad the lanes have gone,
yeah,
I actually respect this for just play for a much later portion of the game. Ursa can scale well into this game, but he does need a lot of items now. Yeah, I wasn't expecting it to be this hard of a start for them. And now they're going to be playing on the back foot the entire time because you are pretty much playing 4v5.
I mean, and
with an IO,
yeah,
also not really a hero if you're hugging an Ursa with a Midas. So it's basically like a 3v5 now for Ivy for the next 10 minutes of the game. In chat, no, yeah.
Wait, what?
Who won did?
Who's asking who won game 1? This is game 1.
I mean, the first series
Who's asking what happened in game 1 right now? Leave the channel.
About 10,000 people left. The entirety of Gorg's chat has left me.
This is game 1, ladies and gentlemen.
Are you sure? In a parallel universe, we could be in game 2 right now.
Could be. True. What is it, numbers anyway? But no, this is game 1, chat.
That is game 1, yeah. There is a golden icon.
I don't think there was anyone asking what the score was.
I honestly got bamboozled by
That's quite
Wondered.
funny. I like that.
I was like, what word is this?
That is not a word.
That is not a word. That's a blink, though.
Max in trouble mid. And I tell you what, he's actually starting to fall behind a bit, especially considering he had... I mean, we saw he had a great matchup, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was doing really good in the 1v1 against Radix, but Radix is now 1k ahead of him.
Yeah, there was a moment in top lane when Radix hit level 6 where Maxon started showing some respect to the Timbersaw. He was worried of maybe being too close to the tower, the Whirling Death, then a TP and potentially a death. So, yeah, Max... Just kill them all.
Another jump. They keep the kills coming here, Team Bolt. 8-0. 5k lead. They're having a great time here in game 1. Game 1.
Get 1.
Game 1. This.
Can't believe if they win this game, the series is over.
No, to be fair, no, you know what it is to the viewers. Of course, this series did start a little later.
Yeah, of course.
So that's why. Yeah, they were being smart. They
but
were
weren't all
the times.
But weren't they watching that first series? Nah, yeah, that's true. This is this is the premiere series of the night.
I mean, well, I don't know. What were the teams we had before? Secret and Entity? No, who are those teams?
Huh?
I'm down for some Team Bold and Ivy. That's what I'm looking forward to today.
Especially when
this
people
game
play
1,
like this.
I'm looking forward to... Where's the Midas? Oh, he didn't go for it.
Oh, what?
He didn't go for it.
He actually went for the old...
It was a Midas debate. I'm disappointed.
Well, yeah, I mean, when he sees his Razor die mid lane, I think he's probably going to have second doubts about it. Like, if Razor was able to...
And hey, got him a kill. He got him a kill. It gets them on the board here, Ivy.
That's good. Actually, let's watch about this kill. But 234 gold. And the fact that he's doing it... No, look. Oh, there's the tusk. Got him. Excellent.
Very nicely done there.
He can take the blindfold off when he buys Diffusal. That's why he had to rush it. If he kept Midas, he'd been blinded for the rest of the game.
Let's see what more they can do with this. They're still down a lot here as Team Bold... I mean, obviously, the thing with this lead from Team Bold, Gorg's going to get very farmed.
I mean, he should just happily farm this triangle forever. There's no way Ivy can contest it.
Damn, that's a lot of burst, a lot of control there, Cube. Not able to escape that one bit.
So no, Ursa, he had the option. Midas or Diffusal. Midas to just hope the game lasts long enough.
Oh, and they're going to try and see if they can help things on the top lane, but there's the burst damage to take down Mobile. They're in onto Excalibur with the static link and low skill. Oh, Snowball.
Does he have Blink? Blink into... okay, no.
He's not going to be able to get it off there. So another kill for Ivy, maybe even more. They'll look towards Ixon. Oh, that's a good bushwhack though from Pablo. And now Radix comes in. Low skill's got to run. He's going to get the tether here. Max will still be able to chase down Ix and finish off the job. And with the Rolling Thunder, they might just be able to get Radix here too. Now try and save himself with the yours, but with the Diffusal Blade burn of low skill, he's out of mana. Triple kill for Max. A huge fight there for Ivy to take, considering how far behind they were starting to fall in this early game.
Yeah, and this was the point I was about to lead to. He did go for Diffusal in the end, so I want to see Ivy increase the pace of the game, increase the tempo, play around your Razor. Like, he is the one hero that's having a pretty decent game. Once Pango has Rolling Thunder, you can punish the over-aggression of Team Board. It's not going to feel good if all the Board are there and ready. They have great tankiness and ways to prolong fights, but if Ivy are in position, can punish, then for sure, ride that wave of that kind of moment. And this is the issue right now, for sure. The
Gorg's free farming.
Ivy are pretty much bringing all their heroes to fight for. Not since laning phase, I don't think they've even seen Gorg on the mini-map. I think he's been hidden away in this triangle, just free farming. And for Ivy, these fights, they're going even right now. That's okay, because their lanes were terrible. But they need to, in the next time they take a fight, they actually need to convert that in like a wipe. They need to break down the map, win that engagement, to then enter this triangle and close it off, because he has nearly 10k net worth on Medusa. He's had to do pretty much nothing in regards to the biggest team fights, because he's the insurance policy. He's just free farming off on the side.
I'll see Mobile here. He wants to just keep running at them. Yeah, it was low skills leading the way. Mobile smoked up with the rest of the squad as they'll look to run into the jungle. I mean, these three, they've got quite good kill potential.
This is like a smoke into maybe Roshan after. They got to win this fight.
Now they're going to start things off on Ixon. TPs are coming in. Ixon buying a bit of time to reset with the Snowball. They turn with the stun on the Razor bar. Ixon goes down. Max getting low. He's able to get the BKB off, but he's not able to run. Dies through the BKB. Cube rolling around, and he himself getting very, very low as they might step to back off. They're trying to stay on top of Radix to relocate, actually able to take low skill back out to safety, but Cube will be left behind. Mobile with that last bit of mana, getting up to the high ground, has the haste rune also, so he will escape. But we saw that he's not able to get the BKB off in time, Max, and by the time it did come off, there was too much damage done, and Excalibur's able to finish him off through it.
Yeah, you could see that. You got to respect Ivy trying to make that move there. They're smoking into an area heavily fortified from board. They have a timing of the BKB Razor.
Yeah.
But he doesn't want to pop it just for that tusk. He wants to try and go next. But that quick blink stun, that instant initiation, he gets punished. He gets brought to low. Border reacting, perfectly. They get the Aegis for themselves. Like, this was the one window where Ivy could do it. And Ursa's just running in.
Oh no!
That's not your area of the map to play, boss.
I mean, he went for it then. He had confidence, maybe he had his ult. I don't think he did actually. I think his ult just came back up.
Not running, but he had it potentially available. I mean, okay. Sure.
Well, they get the roast, they get the Aegis, they get a free kill on the carry. Team Bold's going to be happy with that one.
Please? I keep reading what he says for some reason. It just waddles on in. It was a 10-second cooldown on the ult, but ult here, ult there, shouldn't have been there. Alright, well, the window of Ivy to kind of get some of the map back to them has been quickly swatted away once again from Team Board, and now Ivy need to look to utilize their heroes in their split pushing potential. Maybe offer up Storm on one side of the map, Pangolier deep on the other, start skipping some waves and try and survive this Aegis, because I don't see them having the damage right now.
They've got 4 of them like positioned around this mid. You don't think there's a chance that they try and do something crazy here?
I mean, they can do something crazy, but is it crazy good or crazy bad? And I would probably say it's crazy bad. Without that Ursa, without the Diffusal Blade, I'm very skeptical. You're not killing a level 16 Medusa that has 21 Manta, ult in 15, and an Aegis.
All right, well,
I'm a bit worried.
Yeah, they are in a, as I say, they're grouped up in a way that maybe they do try something. We'll see if they back off immediately. Yeah, they do. They're not doing anything wild here. I don't respect the fact that Gorg is already reaching kind of untouchable levels here. He's already 305. He's going to be well on the way towards the Skadi next, and This 4.5 minutes of Aegis, a very, very difficult hero to gank or make a move on.
It's 4.5 minutes of farming the triangle. Can't die if you have an Aegis. No, they should be looking to cross the river with this. They are extremely powerful now. He doesn't have the Skadi complete, but just having Manta Dragon Lance alone, one ultimate orb, is enough for him to look to make the plays. And you see Excalibur connecting up as well. This should just be a aggressive posturing at the tier 2. And if you're Ivy, I'm looking towards them, like I just mentioned, maybe skipping waves with Razor with the Storm Spirit. You see Storm Spirit already got 3 nulls on Akaya. He can start zipping some waves. Yeah, he's posturing for survive the Aegis.
I mean, they're hunting for Mobai around here.
Do they? I don't know if they have the stuns. If DK's in the area, I could probably say that's a potential kill, but sure.
Now he's out.
Yeah, fair play.
Yeah, bit of a tip.
Pablo's tipping him because he didn't actually hit the wave, so kind of just...
Oh, what, he could have got the...
Yeah, maybe could have got the wave, but... Either way. Quite an aggressive tip from Pablo.
Well, time for some tier 2s here. Team Bolt. Gorg's pushing on. I don't think they're going to want to do anything about this push. Dragon forms out from Excalibur. This will be a secured tier 2, no question.
And this is a catapult wave as well, so we just
want to keep going.
Yeah, about creep skipping. That fortification, normally that's the kill off the wave. Another hero comes in, grabs the next wave, but the catapult survived. Enough heroes to tank it up.
Yeah.
Dragon form available, Medusa available, catapult there.
No, just
this is going to be a very hard defense from Ivy.
Let's see what they're able to do here, Ivy. They've lost their tier 3. I mean, trying to defend against this Medusa at this point with an Aegis, it's not easy. Just getting anywhere close to them is such a risk, as they have the full team alive, but not able to push Team Bold back at all, as that's the melee racks taken.
So just got BKB.
There we go. They're trying to come in for the fight here. Low skill in straight away with the snowball. We'll buy a little bit of safety here. For Excalibur, he's able to get the blink off. That's going to be the IO going down. Slow skill will turn his attention over towards Ike's and will get the kill. He's got the ult as well to help keep him alive, but Rajix throws him up in the air with the Yule Scepter. Low skill jumps to the high ground, but Rajix quick to chase with the Timber Chain. Nice Quelling Blade from Max. Does stop the Bushwhack from hitting, but it's probably not going to save his life as the rest of Team Bot are coming across. He'll put the BKB. Actually, maybe it will. That BKB as well will allow him to live. So good job that he did turn with the Quelling Blade to cut that tree. Otherwise, that Bushwhack from Pablo would probably have caught him. So they cut their losses a little bit there, but still the big damage being done to the base. The bottom set of racks taken out here 22 minutes in as Team Bold getting themselves active and aggressive with this first Aegis on Medusa.
Yeah, Ivy, they initiate after the fact here. They quickly jump in. Ursa, he's trying to commit on a hero, but he's not able to actually lock anyone down. Meanwhile, Gorg, with the Aegis, just A-clicking, just chilling, just hitting a bit of everyone. Rajix in this fight, he has the Yules and the Halberd, both very good items against the Ursa. You can Yules during that status resist, it doesn't actually decrease the effect, and he just sits on top of him the entire time. He can't really be killed by the Ursa anymore. And Gorg, that's actually him during the fight. He's just having a swig of water.
That's a good amount of water as well. So
hands
well hydrated. And now, time to go for another push, really. I mean, they had such success the last time, Team Bolt.
Skadi's online as well. This is just a massive item timing for Bald that Ivy, they gotta find something in them because
I mean,
Bald's not stopping.
Yeah, 25 seconds left on the Aegis. Jump forward, they get the Dragon Tail onto Max. Static Link will be coming to an end. He'll get the BKB off, but he's already fallen so low here. Rajix is being focused at the side, but he used the Yules to buy himself time. Gorg stepping up with the Stone Gaze, trying to chase down Ivy, but Ivy, they'll keep their distance. Nobody dies. So that Aegis gone in a second. They're trying to time it. Mobai tries his best there to punish the Aegis expiring, but he's not able to get the kill. Low skill is into the BKB, but Gorg so keeping his distance. That's low skill down. As they try to time it there, they put everything into that effort around going for the Medusa, going for Gorg, whilst the Aegis was expiring, but they couldn't pull it off. They're just too far behind. And now with 4 heroes dead, Team Bold, they're ready to go straight back down the mid and continue to maintain this very solid control of this game.
Yeah, it is. They're probably... Are they going to tickle for the end? I mean, they're posturing. Ooh, disciplined. They back out, but yeah. You know, Pablo in that fight, the Storm trying to go aggressive, get on top of him. Nice bushwhack to pretty much prevent Storm having any follow-up entry. Like, the Medusa was so low. The Ursa nearly did it. Poor old Io, though. Farewell.
We saw Jam. He's trying to grab the creeps, pull things around a bit to stop Team Bold from being able to go for more objectives. But indeed, Team Bold, no hesitation there and just chasing him down and adding another kill to their score now. 21-7, 15k lead. Things continue to look very nice for Team Bold in this first game.
Ooh, who's dropping mangoes? Where's this mango you're dropping?
Mango?
Excalibur just pinged a mango. Just trying to work out what he's on about. I was worried people were dropping items, but they're not. Don't worry. False news. We're good. And Team Bold just going to reset once again, walk it back through top, and this is Ivy's moment. You see Rajik's currently resetting fully out of mana. There could be a moment, whereas, I mean, there's like a 15-second window right now.
Yeah, because otherwise he's TP into that outpost and joining the fight.
And it's fading very quickly. 600 mana, 700 mana, pretty much now full mana, he's in the fight. So this very marginal window that Ivy could have had, a quick surprise.
Oh, but Team Bold, they are more than ready.
They're very much online. If they find anyone, they're dead. Both smokes break. Low skill.
Oh, quick BKB.
Very quick.
Instant BKB there. But he's having a BKB and run. The rest of his team, they want to go in. Max is committing forward onto Gorg. But now with his BKB coming to an end, Max, he cannot run from this. He falls. Cube taken out. Same for JM. 3 dead on Ivy. Team Bold barely even taking a scratch there. And GG, it's cool. As Team Bold, his first game, a very, very convincing victory here, T.
Yeah, this is just a perfect example of a team looking at their opponent and going, all right, you've got some counters.
Yep.
If we set up our lanes correctly, like lanes are fundamental in Dota. And now if you have the confidence to do tri-lanes, just think about what your opponent's doing, you can offset the game completely. I think Team Bold actually lost a series or a game like this where their carry was just in a weird matchup. He died twice, TP back, smoked in. Terrible. But this time, they're the ones doing the lane shenanigans.
Yep.
They set up this like, aggro tri-lane with a Tusk, with a Hoodwink, with a Medusa. Ursa is 0-4. He's playing pretty much like a poverty game the entire time. And they're just hoping for like this miracle to happen in the game because they've been so shut out from laning phase. So just really heads up from Team Board and just a clean, aggressive game from them.
No, for sure. I mean, as you said yourself, you know, coming into this series, they were the team that's won sort of, you know, not more series, but more games throughout the DPC. And definitely a difference very much apparent in this first game. We'll see if we see that sort of you know, ability from Team Bold be shown off again in game 2. As Ivy, they're going to have to try and step it up quite a bit, as it was a rough game 1. A rough game 1 for them. Team Bold, they're going to be very, very, very happy with this. And yeah, we'll see if they can do it again in game 2. If this game 1's anything to go by, I think they just might. We'll see around the corner for game 2. First game going to Team Bold.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Right now, for the first time in a while, I'm ready to start dreaming again. I know that it's time to let go, 'cause I never want this feeling to end.
Tonight, I'll be eating a bison burger and a side of fries. Yeah.
Shoot, my
Wait.
mouse just died.
Ooh, what is that sound?
I'll be needing barbecue chips, an energy drink, and AA batteries. Oh, hey, thanks.
Could use some batteries too.
Here, I got you.
Wait, what? How did you do that?
What? You can't do that?
No. There's a wall here. Oh, this should do it.
Hey, Mom, if I could talk, what would I tell you? I'd say thanks for giving me Cosequin all these years.
keep them moving with Cosequin Joint Health Supplements, the #1 vet-recommended retail brand.
Looking to escape a dead-end job? We can help. Apply at 2 Men in a Truck today for a good job that can become a great career.
I called back. Same State Farm agent. Texted the next day. Same guy.
Hey, blink twice if you're in danger.
Guys, it's called service. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Witness the rise of the Northmen.
What the deal is, Northman?
Mother, father, the kingdom.
Your strength breaks men's bones. I have the cunning to break their minds.
What evil is this?
The threads of fate have bound us together.
The Northmen, the legend begins. Rated R.
In 2013, Skittles upset a lot of people by taking away lime. Skittles will now apologize to everyone who ever complained. At Shadeboy 2003, we are sorry.
Apologize the rainbow. Taste the rainbow.
At Atlantis, we're sorry.
When you drive a Honda, the adventures go on and on. Follow your adventures with the rugged power of Honda. The brand owners are calling the most fun to drive. Hurry into a local Honda dealer where new vehicles are arriving daily.
Breathe. You feel that? That's your body, baby. Now go! I'm telling you right now, that's how you find joy. It's in the way you groove, in the way you push, in the way you love. It's in yourself. Listen to your body. Feel your power.
4 right now in the league, and that means that this series could very well be the series that will either save or, well, doom the team from relegation, or from relegation out of Division 2. And Bald, of course, making a great start here to the series. It wasn't just a great start to the series, they had a great start to the game as well. Laning stage, that's what I'm talking about, because they went for the aggressive tri-lane. And speaking of that, it is Lacoste that would like to dive a little deeper into that laning stage.
Yeah, thank you very much, Shiver. So, very aggressive tri-lane coming out from the Team Bold, and we're gonna see how they set things up. So, first they're blocking the small camp body block. It's a minute 2, so they body blocked it one more time before. Pablo and Ixon playing together, just the synergy between these two players. Also, Ixon having Boots of Speed as his first item, gets the career, and what he does in the next 10 seconds is gonna blow your mind. You're gonna need to click the link to see the full detail. Just kidding. So yeah, he body blocks, he forces 3 people to rotate on top of him, and what he does, he's not close enough to be able to body block it, but puts down the sentry and actually gets the block. Their tri-lane is much stronger because they do have a tag team. Pango is very difficult to kill with the shield crash, so they don't go for him. They do go for these easy pickoffs in the lane. They get the kill, overextending a bit on low skill, so they get another one. And we can see how Pablo and Ixon one more time are playing. They did get another D-ward for themselves to be able to pull the big camp. And if we pause the game, we can see Pablo's positioning where he doesn't allow enemy team to get close, and Ixon will get the pull off, which will result in another big thing that's going to happen, and that's the stacking coming out for the Team Bold. So Ixon, because he's the one protecting the Medusa at the moment, allows Hoodwink to be able to stack, and we can see where lane is sitting at. So stacks for Medusa a bit later on, and if we click on the minimap, we're going to see the first pull actually happening 5 minutes in for Team Ivy, which is something that they relied on winning this tri-lane.
And therefore, they did not win the tri-lane. And then, was there really a way to come back, Sin?
It's hard. I think it was a really good call from Bald to try to enforce that lane. They were willing to put the Timber against Razor, which was an unfavorable matchup that they lost, but the overall gain, Ursa sucks against tri-lanes. It's actually the bane of the hero is you need really, really specific laning conditions in a 3v3 to win that. So Bald know that. They forced that tri-lane double-ranged hero plus Tusk like Lacoste talked about. It's a walk in the park to play that lane. And yeah, the Dragon Knight, whether we were uncertain about how hard a game is he going to have, it wasn't a problem at all. The Storm lane's fine, and then with Ursa having that bad of a time, it's only the Razor you really got to worry about. So.
Yeah, I mean, you pick Ursa to win lane, basically, right? And to have a good game. And Ursa isn't a hero with an inherent comeback mechanism. He depends on, okay, if he has a good start in lane, he either builds for an early Roche or builds for an early Battle Fury or something, but he does not have a farming skill anymore. He used to be able to farm with the Earthshock and kind of do a little bit better, but that got nerfed ages ago, and this hero is picked in very specific situations, and when the conditions for his success are not met, it's just kind of a hero that falls off completely.
It's also worth keeping in mind what we talked about during the draft, that for the lineup that you're running as Ivy here, the only real catch in the way of setting up fights you have is the Storm. The Pango is playing in a tri-lane, so he gets a super late level 6, and if that tri-lane, again, if it fails, you could see Mobe was kind of desperate. He went for this one move bottom. It got countered right away. He didn't find any kills, and then he went back to farming. And I think the score was like 8-0 or something with a 5-pick goal lead, because there's nobody in that game that will just make that rotation and make that successful move aside from the Storm, and it wasn't enough. So, tough times.
Tough times indeed. Of course, they're not out of it just yet. It's a best of 3, and that means Game 2 of this series is coming your way after this.
I'm in the rough. I know I'm hardly a diamond, but come back, darling, and clean me up. Think I lost myself. I've been talking like so.
We are Full Moon. We love dogs. We love to make dog treats with 100% human-grade ingredients. Our motto is, if it's not good enough for us, it's not good enough for them. If you're lucky, they'll share. Full Moon. Available now on Amazon.
Do you like being a shared workspace for up to 5,000 fleas? If you like being protected from fleas and ticks with Nexstar, take a nap. I think I can hear the ticks feeding. That sucks. Start killing in minutes, for pet's sake.
I guess that's it then, huh?
Yep. See you around.
I knew that was the last time I'd see Tom. The truth is, I was spending too much online, Jake from State Farm.
Don't give up what you love. State Farm has options like bundling home and auto, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Tom, I'm gonna buy my stuff.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
You never know what's going to happen when you're out here streaming the Disney Bundle with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus. There are all kinds of surprises. Over 700 episodes of The Simpsons? FX shows only on Hulu? The complete 30 for 30 library on ESPN Plus? A bigger screen? Okay, stream. Now I'm getting lightheaded. Disney Bundle. It's streaming at its best.
I've always wanted to do that.
Next round on me.
When you drive a Honda, the adventures go on and on. Follow your adventures with the thrilling performance of Honda. The brand owners are calling the most fun to drive. Hurry into a local Honda dealer where new vehicles are arriving daily.
Hey, that's your body. It's saying you got this. Woo!
A second game coming your way between Team Bald and Ivy. We have game 1 taken already by Team Bald Reborn, and of course they're looking to try and close it out with a clean 2-0. However, Ivy would like to say something about that. They are looking to force out a third game to this series. It all starts with the draft, and I'm joined by Synneren and Effie, as we're going to say a lot of smart things about all the heroes that are going to be on our screen. In just a second, we've got some bans out already. Team Bald Reborn this time around, playing from the Radiant side, Ivy from the Dire side, with second pick in their hands as well. Second pick, of course, means overall last pick, which hopefully for them means they can make sure that they are having success guaranteed in the laning stage itself. Ooh! Finally! The Phoenix comes out. Effie, you like that one a lot.
I think that's a great hero, and I'm very sad how underutilized it is. I guess it's because its laning stage isn't very strong, and a lot of this meta depends on having strong lanes. But I really feel like Phoenix is a hero who's just very good against a lot of the meta heroes, right? He's good against Timbersaw, he's good against Tiny, he's good against CK, he's good against Necro. It's just a hero that does a lot of percentage-based damage, which is really hard to come by at the moment. Of course, the trade-off is your laning stage is very weak.
Yeah, and I feel like the matchup against Timbersaw is a little bit double-edged, because while you might have good percentage-based damage with the Sunray, it's very largely dependent on Timber being held in place in the first place. And Timbersaw can also burst you, especially in the laning stage. You also don't really care about playing against the Phoenix. So I like that Team Bald Reborn just stick to their guns and pick Timber here. I don't think you need to be too worried. The Mars matchup's also good. So
yeah, I mean, Phoenix is a strength hero too, so he does suffer when Timbersaw gets on top of him. I was kind of speaking of the hero in general, right?
Yeah.
And how Sunray is just a very useful ability versus a lot of the tanky strength heroes have risen to popularity. But speaking of strength heroes, 2 of them exist on Ivy's lineup, and it is versus a Timbersaw team. So on the bright side, if Mars does get the initiation on Timber with a Sunray plus a Spirit Vessel, this hero will die. He just needs to be locked in place, like Synneren said.
It's definitely a Vessel game here. I'm wondering if Ivy already are thinking about how to solve the Timber, because he seems to be a problem for a lot of teams. And then that last game, even though they had a good laning stage with the Razor against it, I still think Regic's got a lot of stuff done with his Timber. So don't know if you want to like try to, again, ensure your Phoenix's damage output by having more reliable ways of catching the Timber, or if you know, this time just double down on that team fight and you want to try to play a lineup that just groups up and goes. Last time around, it just went horribly wrong with the lanes, so they didn't really get to show what their lineup was all about. Maybe this time we take a slightly safer approach and, you know, grab some good teamfight heroes, maybe a carry like Medusa, which has been banned, obviously. There's other heroes of that kind.
I would have liked to see Terrorblade, but it got banned out. So Arena plus Ike is a really, really strong team fight, and it's a good way to take a fight, but it's not necessarily going to do that much damage, right? You just need to have a hero that takes advantage of being able to get the Supernova stun off and do as much damage as possible in that duration, right? So heroes like Terrorblade, who are super bursty, high physical damage output, come to mind, and Team Bald seem to just gone a read on and taken them out.
I think this is a strategy that Team Bald themselves have played last season, the Mars Phoenix. It at least rings a bell for me, so I'm assuming they're pretty familiar with what this strategy likes to do. Obviously, with changes to hero balance, there's other stuff that might come, you know, might see the light of day here. Ivy kind of have to, you know, when the heroes got banned, but I would have imagined they actually did want one of these two. So now Low Skill needs to maybe think a little bit outside the box. You could be tempted to get Ursa again, just because in theory, on paper, you look at these hero matchups. Oh, Ench I can kill. Oh, Timber I can kill with Ursa, but you just become very susceptible in lane again if the Ench plays in some sort of a trialing composition or starts in a 2-1-2 and then rotates when the Timbersaw is safe to play alone, for example. Too many problems.
I agree, and because the threat of a tri-lane exists, the Phoenix isn't necessarily the strongest lane support, like we said, so he won't have the best means of a backup. I mean, Bane is a much better upgrade in terms of laning strength in the first 10 minutes. This hero does provide a lot, but I still would say it's not even a great tri-lane hero, so.
Yeah, it is a possibility for Team Bald Reborn to just run it back here with a tri-lane with Ench and then put Timber safe lane against a potential Mars. Obviously, they don't know the matchup just yet, but everything that Regic sees right now, he's not worried about. I think he doesn't care what lane he's playing right now. There's no inherent counters, so
But
see what all want to show.
We were talking about lockdown being necessary so you can actually get damage output from the Phoenix and not have it be a hero that gets shredded by the Timbersaw. So the Fiend's Grip is another way to do so.
Yep.
And of course, you do have the Nightmare set up into Spear by Mars. So there are nice ways to take the fight on Ivy. Last game, they didn't really have the cleanest ways. They had the Storm and the Pango, and that's it. And if you miss a couple of initiations or you just mess up a few fights, you're pretty much done for, right? But it seems like more clear cut with the 3 heroes that Ivy are working for. They do still lack damage though. It is Storm Spirit, Electricity, once more. I think it's a very fine Storm game, right? The only thing that he has to be afraid of is kind of getting off card and then just chain stunned by the Mars and the Bane. But he's a hero who loves to jump the backline, right? And the backline of Phoenix and Bane are really squishy and really... They're just really easy to kill, especially if you're playing the Timbersaw on your team. Your Timbersaw is always going to be your helper. He's just going to go in with you and output as much damage as he can.
I wonder if Excalibur in this game is considering Orchid Rush. I feel like it's been less and less popular on Storms lately. We're starting to see them, just get these multiple nulls into either Kaya Sanj or we saw BZM the other day run Lincolns. The reason I'm saying is that it's pretty tempting. Like on paper, this is a really good Orchid game, but that's why I'm curious to see if even that is not going to trump just the raw power of having Kaya Sanj in a game like this.
I like the idea of Orchid because if you go in on the Bane and you just get nightmared, what are you gonna do? Really, it's a really annoying means to go. And if you got if one Fire Spirit gets put on the Storm, that really diminishes his damage output on the Phoenix too. So it sounds fine. It'll probably just go entirely dependent on how the first 15 minutes go, right? Because you kind of get a sense of the game and whether or not you can kill a hero or what build you need to go as you play it.
This time around, Ivy choosing a direct counter to the Timber. They didn't have that last game, but now they have the Necrophos. I would say last game they had Razor Ursa, but actually I think Timber or Necrophos in many ways is a more reliable solution. It's not so much from a lane perspective necessarily, but in the game it just removes a lot of the plays that Timbersaw usually finds against even counters, where he can tank a decent amount of damage and then somehow find a way to reset out. Against Necrophos, you're half HP, you're dead. And that's at least something I will say last game compared to this, I have a lot more faith in what they've brought to the table with their picks. Still remains to be seen how exactly they round it out with a carry that solves the Timber plus Storm combination, which I don't think Necro does very well against Storm in my experience.
Yeah.
So
Also, on the side of Team Bald, they do need some kind of egg hitter, right? Because they have 3 ranged heroes who will not be able to hit the egg through the arena and a Timbersaw. So something that would have solved the problem for Team Bald is Juggernaut, even though he is playing against 2 BKB Piercing Suns. But they need something like that that can just kill the egg, right? Because that is their best means to fight with the arena Supernova.
There's a lot of carries banned this game already.
Yeah, like Lifestealer would have fit the bill as well. So would have Juggernaut, maybe Slark, but that hero sucks.
What if that's the only one left in the pool, though?
Then you pick something else.
I don't know.
If Slark is the only hero left, you're random.
Still not picking.
It's still random.
It's that bad, huh? One of the carries that is still in the pool, which definitely doesn't attack an egg very well. But it is Tiny is still in the pool as one of the more strong carries this patch. But it's the Faceless Void and the Luna that get banned out.
It does suck, but there's a lot of nice purgeable spells in this game too. So I wouldn't mind finally seeing this debut in the DPC.
Is there any merit to Troll?
Troll's still in too. Attacks fast.
Snapfire carry.
I'm just worried about Troll getting kited when he wants to take these fights, right? Because it just seems like there's a lot of disable, but it feels like there really is nothing left for Team Bald here.
Let's see. Out of the heroes that Gorga's played so far, I mean, Templar Assassin's still in the pool, so they'll end up going for that one.
All right,
it's not that great of a TA game, is it?
You blink into the arena.
Yes.
You press BKB and you kill the Supernova. That's how they're killing it.
And then you hope that your teammates are hitting it with you. Because by yourself, you're not going to be fast.
Some can zip into the arena too and hit the egg with you, I guess.
This is one of those picks to me that just feels like the lesser evil, I guess.
Yeah.
It's like to me, this is not a very good TA game, but if within their hero pools in the patch they don't see anything better, then it's fine. But like, there is no way in hell they would have picked this hero if every carrier was available in this spot.
I agree.
Like, it's just, there's a lot of problems. Phoenix is annoying, Necrophos can be annoying, Bane can be annoying to TA. Even Enfeeble is actually really meaningful against this hero, so you need a lot of items on the TA. But again, the saving grace for Bald could just be that if they get to play good lanes here, they might be fine. But I suppose with TA, they're not that interested in playing a tri-lane this time around. I don't think they want a tri-lane Rubik TA Ench. That doesn't sound very good. So.
It feels like you need experience on the TA. Okay, so honestly, I will say that I like Ivy's draft a lot more than Team Bald's this game, but I do think Team Bald are the better team. But I just feel like the Phoenix Fire Spirits burn off refraction, right? And you still have 3 charges of those. I think that Ivy has the better team fight and the more annoying heroes to deal with, right? Because they do have this Necro and not that much magical damage coming out of Team Bald. Also, they pick the direct counter to the TA and the Razor. You just get static link and you basically run her down. Now, I think Ivy's draft is really solid. It's just that if Team Bald are going to outskill them and outplay them in lanes and just get a lead, they could potentially win the game, right? But draft to draft, I like Ivy.
I agree. I think Ivy's draft looks solid, and for me, the wild card here is the Enchantress for Bald. I think if you want to get off to a good snowbally start here, that hero is your go-to pick, and they obviously first picked it. So let's see how much Ixen can handle the lanes for Bald to get a good start.
And at the start of the draft, you said that you're hoping that Ivy was going to address the Timbersaw. You feel like they did that?
They did it better this time, I think. The Necrophos, I think, is a nice twist, and like Effie pointed out, you have the Bane plus Sunray as well. So
Right, Sunray is powerful. That spell is so broken, but everything else isn't broken.
Well, we're going to see. Does this Phoenix get a victory, and will we go to a game 3, or will Team Bald take this one too? No, we're finding out together with Odie, Pixel, and T-Gov.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is it, game 2 now, between Team Bold Reborn and Ivy. We've heard from the penalty, a little bit more hopeful this time for what Ivy's brought up in terms of the draft. Would you agree? Do you think Ivy's got a bit of a better shot against Team Bold, or could we be seeing another one-sided game?
It's a much better chance for Ivy. I'm holding it back a bit just because I know Ivy has not been performing the best, but draft-wise, this is pretty good matchups, right? They got Razor into the TA, a really nice carry matchup because TA naturally wants to get into the middle of the fight. Razor static link, you just push her away. You've got Phoenix and Necro, both kind of HP damage deals against Timbersaw. Well, let's hold on a second.
Dog.
He's hiding.
Hold your breath. Don't make a sound. Oh.
I couldn't hold it long enough. 1.
It's going to be fun.
Okay, you could only do it 2 seconds.
Mystery tough.
That was close.
I mean, oh.
I mean, he can breathe now.
Yeah, they've left the area.
There we go.
They didn't find a chance to go for the double melds. The rest of the team not quite ready to take a fight.
That was close, though. That was very close. I'm sure if you watch that back, he's literally dropping down as they're going up the steps. So
yeah, he did do it close to when they were approaching the high ground.
I really wish I checked if he'd already leveled Jay. If that was like a leveled meld and then...
I don't think he did. I think he might have just leveled it when he saw him coming up. Yeah.
Fair play. I mean, normally you do start with meld nowadays.
Yeah.
Big burst of damage.
Keep it PMA, keep DSJ.
It looks like they are trying to... I mean, I was going to say they're trying to dodge this the Razor lane, but they're actually just running the TA into the Razor.
Yeah, that's true, because what we were sort of... I guess the panel themselves, they kind of expected that they wouldn't go for an aggressive tri-lane again, but they are.
I mean, I feel like it's one of those things where the Bane is a great hero at fighting 1v1 against like a support or an offlane, but in a tri-lane, not so great, especially with Enchantress grabbing a creep and offsetting that as well. With 3 ranged heroes, you might be able to club down this Razor when he tries to commit early on with the Link. As you see here, the Enchant into Fade Bolt, then a meld. It's a lot of damage, Owen.
Yeah, it's a good nightmare though. JM will be able to stop Gorg from being able to hit into low skill. So low skill will live. How's he doing on the regen? He's got tangos on himself, and JM does have a salve if he wants to pop back.
But only 1 salve though. And if you look at his courier waddling down little mini Pudge, he isn't bringing out another one. And we just saw how easy, this courier here, how easy it is for them to put, Razor, how much HP did he lose? Around about 400, 500 from one combo, right?
Yeah.
And that's going to happen on repeat every time that they have the spells available.
Yeah, and you're right, they're trying to just rely on the tango regen. They don't want to... Oh!
He salved himself.
He salved himself. I mean, I think he gave at least a tango, maybe JM to low skill. Actually, I don't know if he did. I think they might have all been low skills.
Ooh, if low skill dies now. JM
Yeah, they might be feeling the loss of that salve, indeed, if low skill gets gone upon it again here.
Well, luckily he's positioned very defensively.
Yeah, he's pulled the creeps back.
Yeah.
Go on, JM. It's going to be okay, but only just. And now he himself's probably going to have to stay sat quite far back.
And this is another part of the lane where we saw previously, Pablo, he blocks the small camp. They've unblocked. Oh no, they actually haven't even unblocked it yet. They haven't unblocked the hard camp. They have the sentry. They're just not scouted it out yet. And they're going to find it now. There we go. So at the 3-minute mark, they're going to be able to bring the creep in, start fighting the lane with a bit more aggression. Yeah, top is looking pretty bald favored for now.
I mean, and what does this sort of mean for the other lanes? I mean, the bottom lane, the other half of the map in particular, what are we going to get going on down there?
Well, this time we're not sticking to a tri-lane from Ivy. They're not fighting the tri-lane with a tri-lane. They're just kind of accepting it happening. And this is where the Mars and the Phoenix early levels can put pressure on the Timbersaw. You already see the Sunray level 2. You expect Timbersaw, once he's level 5, maybe with a casual cloak, to do pretty well. But no, early on, Ivy have to apply pressure in this side lane. Because with all classic Timbersaws, they might be a bit weak early on, but...
Oh, looks like JM might be in trouble here. Turn with the brain cell.
Oh, he's getting body
blocked a bit.
Stop blocking him.
Careful.
That's for the salve. That's for the salve. Get out of my team.
A little bit of awkward blocking there. But JM will live. He's okay.
For now. Yeah, now Exton going deeper into jungle, trying to find the creep that he wants. Good for the ice armor. Is he just going to send that mid and chuck it onto Excalibur?
Oh, what a bro.
That is a bro move for sure. Oh, no.
Oh, where is it?
It's currently under tower.
Alright, we'll have to take the longer route, but it should get there. We'll be able to give him a bit of armor. Actually, no, Excalibur's moving away from it. So...
This is an epic duel between... Oh, it's going to expire. 5, 4, 3, 2...
He just wanted to give someone some armor. But he didn't get the chance to, because at the same time, of course, Excalibur was just getting forced right out of the lane by Mobai.
Yeah, I mean, it's a product of this Necro just playing extremely aggressive. 25 CS, 11 denies. Really putting the pressure on this Storm Spirit. And that's the thing, we've seen Storm Spirit all throughout today, be it in the Secret Series and this series. They naturally farm, they make these early rotations. Even if they don't go that well, you kind of hit the same beats because Storm farms so well. So it's nice to see a hero muscle up against that Storm Spirit and prevent him just hitting this double null treads timing by minute 6 and 7 and being so active. And instantly back into pressuring him out of the lane. He shows for a second. Also stealing away the Storm's small camp. Necro having a great time, but not going to be able to use this lead as a quickly explosive to the side lane. This will be a very passive hero, freely farming up. He might go for the Boots of Travel that we've seen some core Necros do, and TP into engagements, but very much Ivy, they're looking to just be super efficient with their farm, get a couple active items, the BKB on Razor, and then turn up that pace. Hopefully Phoenix having some good levels, and just punish this TA who's trying to farm up in the triangle. Yeah, so already stacks being made up by Cube. This can be punished though. The way that Necro is playing so deep behind the tower, they're put to half HP.
I mean, they're both trying to catch each other out here.
There it is, there's a TP.
Pablo is going to be ready to try and help punish Mobai, and they'll get the kill. Going a little too aggressive that time round. Was tempted in by Excalibur being as low as he was, but Excalibur's got the backup.
And the raindrops as well, so he's also playing with a bit more confidence. He's able to tank a couple of these spells, maybe even survive a Scythe. He's got enough HP. And Necro, he went for the animation, he tried to get it, but Storm just quickly took a step back, zipped back, reset the animation, and yeah, very aggressive Necro. I'm happy that got punished. That's the type of thing where you shouldn't be seeing it.
No, if he got away with that and there wasn't any TPs, that's definitely a point where Excalibur has the reason to be like support. Hello.
Couple of tips here and there.
Pablo had him covered. Now Mobai actually going to move down to the bottom lane.
And Excalibur instantly TPing on, mirroring the movement. But we saw how Necro goes to half HP from one combo. Chuck a Timber on that as well. He's probably dead.
I'm going to try for him. It's a lot of burst, and they're going to get the kill. And not only that, but the Reaper side thrown out and not able to get anything in return. So a second quick kill on him, and now he's going to be without that Cypher, of course, that very long cooldown, 110 seconds, where it will be tough for Mobi to have an impact as the mid. Top lane Gorg.
Should be able to walk it off.
I think so indeed. 3 heroes trying to take down Gorg, but he walks it off with ease.
3 heroes but no stun. Nightmare doesn't really count, unfortunately. So Ivy are going to be struggling in these the quicker movements that they want to make. They are going to be relying on the Mars Spear, a Fiend's Grip, even like the Reaper's Scythe potentially. They don't have the most cheap of stuns to play around. Right, Gorg doing pretty well. Top net worth.
Yeah, he's having a great time farming up here against low skill.
And I got to give credit to Excalibur. We just mentioned that mid lane playing on the edge, you know, under the pressure of Necro, but mirroring that move, seeing the Necro TP to bot lane, then instantly TPing, going for that kill again. I think this is the perfect way to just remove Necro from the game. Like, Necro was dumpstering mid. He was farming freely. He was going for the small camp. Yeah, then he also does a quick little dodge out. That's really nice stuff. But yeah, Excalibur just nice little couple minutes of the game right now.
For sure. I mean, especially as well, if you consider, you know, you could see a lot of other players play this sort of matchup, and the Storm would suffer a whole lot more, right? It could be infinitely worse for the Storm in this sort of matchup 1v1.
It's the beauty of Dota, right? One misstep, one overplay, and suddenly it just kind of snowballs out of control, right? Like, this was a Necro that if he just stayed on his side of the river, pushing out, playing aggressive, goes for, let's say, an early hood or something, he's probably unkillable, right? But instead goes a bit more of a different play style and removed from the game. Still top net worth for his team, but he's going to be a little bit more farm orientated now, not so active. Have we got any stacks being made up? So we've got a double stack Radiant side in both the camps in the triangle. Building up that insurance policy for Gorg.
See the two of them trying to go for Max here. They've got the drag back. He immediately goes for the TP, but look who's turned up again. Excalibur. Making sure that all these early kills, early moves from Team Bold end in success.
You have to be so careful with these moves. Like when you play near towers against Ember Spirit, Quap, Storm, any of the spirits pretty much, they're going to TP in for free, use a cheap amount of mana, and then get back in. Like Excalibur just got a big core kill, and look at his mana pool. It's pretty much full. That's why when you play against these heroes, you either have to play further on your side of the map, or you have to be decisive of how you move. Of course, that was just a random Mars just waddling through the jungle, escaping the Timbersaw. It's still something to keep in mind.
So they can take down low skill here. Immediate Nightmare and Static Link. Low skill will attempt to try and run down Gorg. Traps are being laid down, and the supports are just beating into him. They take him out. Doesn't matter that Gorg's had his damage drained, as Pablo and Ixon have the damage to not only take down the Razor, but also get the Bane.
He only drained like 30 damage. He's got level 1 Static Link. Like, this is not the most disruptive of Razors right now, and they've identified that. As soon as he hits that Link, he realized, guys, he's not really draining that much. We can just take the fight. Also helps he had like 3 traps inside the lane. This Razor was pretty much moving at 0 move speed after each trap hits him. Just kind of slowly waddling away.
I mean, without a doubt, you know, so far, it's looking to be Team Bold getting off the ground as quickly as they did in Game 1. 5-0, 3k lead so far against Ivy. It's looking pretty good, T.
Yeah, it just feels like a repeat of Game 1. Just a nice setup, and they're trying to go on Radix here. Timber chains out, Spear missed.
Very nice chain from Radix. Yeah, a bit of a smile there. I mean, that's always going to feel good when you get yourself out of the arena like that.
And one of the few heroes that can still get out of arena. Maybe that changes in the future, who knows? But for now, yeah. Radix just thoroughly enjoying the game. They take away top tower, mid tower under pressure. They'll give away this bot tier 1, most likely if you're Team Board. Yeah, so far so good. 5 kills up, 4k lead. Ivy need to try and connect their supports with this Mars arena. Some big egg, some kind of explosive play to kill one hero. That's about it. At best right now, they can only kill one hero with the heroes that they have.
Come on, Excalibur. He's going to get the jump on Max. The spear is there. Have they got the damage? Not quite. Excalibur's going to be able to zip away. As he'll be fine. Lift up onto Max. Not enough damage though. Mobile's going to come in, offer up the Death Pulse heal. Team Bold, they won't be able to push for a kill. For Ivy, of course, just not quite having enough damage and control to punish Excalibur when he was speared into that very deep position into the tier 1.
Yeah, for Bane, he just hit level 6 at 11 minutes 30. That would have been the type of play where if he had grip, sure, great, that's a great Storm pickoff. But you saw, without Fiend's grip, what are they doing? It's a spear into, then you're just looking at him, like hoping that he dies from just right clicks and these cheaper spells. It is the big weakness of Bane Phoenix's support duo. And Team Board, they are looking to punish that. If Radix is in the fight, he will be able to soak up these key spells. Like the fact that I can count on one hand the spells Ivy needs to kill a hero. Timbersaw loves playing against these types of lineups. He just parks himself in front. If you ever tank up one of those spells, it unlocks the Storm or the TA to initiate with confidence that Ivy can't rely on them. Yeah, this is a Necro build which is it's gone south pretty quick. Tranquils and a Locket.
Alright, he's gone for the heals, you know.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of heal. I'm skeptical. It feels a little bit too supporty for a mid lane. Oh, ping at 900. Again, not the highest ping we've seen, but still it's up there. It's probably like top 4 ping. I won't lie. I didn't expect to see this build coming from mid Necrophos.
Okay, something different.
It is something different, yeah.
What the question is, what's he going to get next?
Honestly, don't know, mate. He started with Tranquils and Locket.
What'd you pick up next? Pick up the Meg? Go full heal build.
I hope not. His quick buy is also kind of scaring me a bit. The reason why I'm a little bit scared is because right now, Team Board, they have the Enchantress to purge off his Ghost Shroud.
Yeah.
And they've already got quite a lot of mixed damage, be it with the Storm Zip or the Timbersaw, of course, and then the TA jump at some point with this Desolator. Like, there's a lot of varied damage, so he has to be as tanky as possible, as quick as possible, to enable everyone else to get the damage off. And I would have probably expected some type of like Hood, casual plate mail style build, like Sanj Kaya, amplify your heals that way, rather than literally going for the Locket, because what's his armor right now? He's only got about 6 armor, so yeah, it could pay off, but I'm just a bit worried he's going to be squishier in the bigger fights. But yeah, we'll see. He looks like he's aiming to be more of an assassin type with this Blink Dagger. Again, not seen this type of build. Excited to see how it works. But I'm kind of basing off my Necro core games. We've seen like Ice play it today, and also Matumbaman on the carry, and Matu on the carry style. Super fat, super tanky, very hard to kill. I don't know. We'll see how Mobai gets to present this type of build to us.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Team Bold. I'm more than happy to slow things down whilst they wait for sort of Gorg to get his next big item done. Desolator's going to be about 1,000 gold off here for Gorg, as he still holds that top spot on the net worth. Radix won't be able to commit for Max, but definitely scaring him out of the lane. Max has got pretty much the money for the Blink Dagger, so after resetting the base, they could look to get out on the map and try and look for that fight. Look for their own first kill here with the Blink Dagger reveal on Max's Mars.
But they have to be so careful, because Mars, if he blinks, initiates, gets a kill on, let's say, like a Rubik, it just gives TA and Storm the confidence to go, there's no arena, let's just cross the river, let's take the fight, or let's just run straight away to Roshan. So this is super pivotal right now for Ivy. This smoke up, they have to get big ticket kills, otherwise it could lead to Bald smoking up themselves.
Here we go. There's the jump. There's the sight.
But not enough damage.
But there isn't a kill. Excalibur's going to get out. They'll turn over towards Ixon. They should be able to kill this Enchantress. Oh, actually. All right, he's off to the side. They'll turn for Pablo instead. The grip's there from JM. They'll bring down the Rubik. Get something, but it wasn't what they hoped for, as Excalibur able to live.
They only got the Rubik. This is what I'm scared about. They've just used Arena, Egg, Grip, Scythe.
That's a lot of ults. And now Excalibur, he's ready to poke back in. Slow skill. You get chased off to the side. They've got the slow from the traps. Excalibur has to play careful. Big damage done from Radix here. Low skill, one hit away from dying, and Gorg's able to reach in and take the kill. As Radix still fighting fit on the front lines, chasing over towards Cube. Chakram's there. Second kill for Team Bold.
They just can't kill him at this point.
Score.
Maybe now.
They've got the spear connection. They'll do
got
it. But Mobai, he'll get taken out. I think Gorg and Excalibur will be able to find quite the cleanup here. As Max also dead. After an attempt on Storm's life at the beginning, Excalibur lives, and at the end of it all, he's the one turning things around, picking up the kills himself.
And that was my biggest fear. Like, we saw it coming. We saw the fact that they had this initiation. They had to get that kill, but they jumped the Storm. But they don't have the extra little sign behind, right? Like, there wasn't the Sun Ray. There wasn't maybe like a Razor to help out. They were just missing that extra little bit of damage. Because sure, if you kill Storm there, it'll probably change the entire, script, right? Mars, he gets the Spear, the Rebuke, a Scythe on top. JM Fincinto, with his build, he's only got, I think, 1 point in Brain Sap, so it's not enough to convert that. It's very close, I must say. Like, he's... one bit of damage there would have been the game changer for sure.
I mean, it's a good job from Pablo with that telekinesis catching JM Vincenzo as he gets his ally tossed upon him.
And then the follow-up, the fact that it's then throwing in the grip, throwing in the egg to kill off the Rubik and Bald. That's what they need. This is what their lineup will thrive on. Offer up one hero, tank the spells, then just swarm over your opponent. Stolen Death Pulse was huge as well. Thanks, production. I should have put my glasses on, I think. Probably would help. No, so far so good from Bald. They've read Ivy's draft beautifully and they're playing around it with ease. I expect them to be going towards Roshan at any minute now.
As a BKB done on Excalibur. He's probably not dying again. Or dying at all. As, he's resetting in the moment in base.
There's an egg.
Put overdrive down the on top of Gorgos. A good arena.
Perfect.
A very, very good arena here. This time round, they're able to find the team fight that they were hoping for. As Team Bold maybe a bit too confident there, as they went looking for action, whilst Excalibur, he was walking back to base to refuel. He didn't have the mana to fight here. Team Bold pushing their luck a little bit, looking for a fight 4 versus 5. It ends up costing them all 4 potentially heroes. Pablo, or maybe with that TP? Alright, Pablo will live, but still 3 deaths that probably didn't need to happen there. Team Bold getting a bit ahead of themselves.
Yeah, it was very aggressive. But we got to see a sign of life, When the arena, when the egg goes down together in conjunction, it's a lot of damage. You can kill off heroes. It's a classic combo that goes back to the, the ages. But it's a high cooldown combination, that needs to be executed perfectly so you dictate the pace of the game. But it should put a little bit of fear into Board that if they are overconfident, these things can happen.
Oh, got the grip, but he did get the BKB off in time, so follow-up magical damage isn't going to be there. Excalibur managed to walk this one off, and indeed another big steal from Pablo. And he's got that grip ready to go himself.
It's awful playing Bane into Rubik. Like, there's nothing you can do. When you're holding your hands up high, gripping that enemy, if Rubik just looks at you, he's going to be able to steal it. The only play that you have is pretty much either going invisible or getting an Ags, gripping, then disconnecting, not from the game, but from the spell, and using a different spell. But no, yeah. Grip on Rubik. How's old Gorg doing? What's he got? Alright. He's kind of at the department where he could go for like a blink dagger. He could go for the BKB. Yeah, either choice will work. Oh god, that's a second locket on Ivy. Oh my gosh. So many lockets. Not on the Necro, don't worry.
I was going to say, I was like, what?
Oh no, sorry, I'm really silly. I was going to say, don't worry. I lost my marbles, so I was looking at the Enchantress. Yeah, don't worry. No. I was clicking too quickly. I was real scared for a second. I thought I saw 2 lockets on one team.
Double lockets.
I was like,
that would be quite something. Anyway, Rosham.
That's a big one.
That's the Supernova coming out rather early. And at a point where, okay, the arena is there off to the side. They get the jump, but it is just onto Pablo.
But he had the grip. That's a big kill.
And now they're going to try and go for more. Excalibur's in with the BKB on top of Low Skill, but Low Skill has his own BKB just delivered. He'll turn. They're in with the Reaper Scythe, and it's a big kill. The Scythe takes out Rajix. Jump forward. Another spear from Max. They've caught out Ixon. It's Ivy. They're going to try for more, but Excalibur always going to turn back in with the grab. On towards Low Skill. He's now out of mana, though. Close to the tower. Ivy, they won't dive the tier 2. They'll settle with that. It's 2 good kills, 1 big one. Taking out Rajix. They're finding these opportunities to get the scythe kills. And yeah, that BKB couldn't have turned up at a better time for Low Skill.
Yeah. Team Bold, they got to respect Ivy here. Even though they've had such a great entry to the game. Necro siphoning this Timber Sword, you're going to be able to blow him up when he's at half HP. It's an immense amount of damage. It's a good counter. And the same thing when Braze has the BKB, TA can't enter the fight. If she does, she's going to get static linked and just slowly removed due to the fact she won't do any damage. And T-Ball, they kind of threw a little bit in the top jungle, and now in this engagement as well, you have to be super careful. Because Ivy, once they get online, once they get the ball rolling, if you're the team that sets the fight, sets the positioning, it doesn't matter if you have big cooldowns because you're the ones using the resources correctly to allow for the time to reset to get them back online. And we're seeing that a little bit here.
Well, they're going to look for Radix.
Doesn't connect on the spear though.
TPs are coming in. See if they can chase down this Timber. The arena's not going to grab him. There's Radix. He'll be able to chain away. And Ivy, they will not get him this time.
Very close. If they hit on that arena, the Bane was in position to get that grip off as well. Would have led to a Radix death, but very, very close. You see Team Ball, I think they're realizing a little bit that they are throwing a little bit in this game. They're respecting their opponent now. They're not playing so aggressive. This was Storm Spirit that picked up a very early BKB, but so far he's had to use it one defensively when he got jumped in the river, and the second time when his team took a kind of a poor fight outside Roshan.
See if Excalibur can take down Max.
Just got the gold for BKB. That was perfect. It was just ticked over, 3 gold above. He lost 0 gold for that death there. Excellent stuff, Max. Yeah. Going back to the Necro build. Of course, with this, the Blink Dagger pickup, it has had some temporary success due to the fact that he's always been able to connect on this Timber Saw. 2-3 scythes now have been removing Radix from the game. And now he needs to pivot to being tankier. Okay, perfect. He's looking at the Halberd.
By a huge value against Storm and TA. They hate this item.
Yep, just remove TA from getting the right clicks off, but also the Sange to help also amplify your healing a bit more. So it's now Locket plus Sange. Like, now you can see the build coming together, but I'm still a bit worried. If board was a little bit cleaner, they could have probably punished this, but when this Necro gets more items, it will probably look fine. Nice little smoke up here. They have the spells.
Ixon doesn't get caught by the spear, but he will get trapped by the arena. Supernova as well. It's a lot of hate for this Enchantress. We'll get them the kill.
But that's because he's doing the good build. We'll comment on that in a second. Nice little poke here in mid lane.
Yeah, was maybe seeing if he could get a BKB charge out of low skill, but low skill keeps his cool. He knows that this Storm on his own isn't going to threaten him.
Alright, Ixon, look at this Enchantress build, guys. Position 5 Enchantress. We're seeing these lads pick up Drum, pick up Dragon Lance. No. You max your heal, you get yourself a Locket, you pick up a Glimmer Cape, you get your Magic Resist talent, you get that Shard. You are so tanky, you can just run into the fight, you soak up a couple big spells, and you allow everyone else. Sure, he's not doing as much healing as Necro. Alright, we don't have to compare the sizes right now, but Ench can be stupidly tanky with this build. Big fan when you're position 5 and you can get to these items.
Well, smoke time towards the Roshan. Gorg is going to start this off. Feels pretty confident with the BKB complete. Knows that if Ivy make the jump, if his reactions are quick enough, he'll be able to take the fight.
Egg is on cooldown for 55 seconds. For Ivy, they're leaning on the fact that they're going to use Mars BKB and Grip to be the pivotal spells in this fight. Ixon, you're very aggressively positioned, sir.
He's just taking the attention away from Roche. I mean, they're dropping the arena for him. They will get him. Roshan is very low. They're committing with the BKBs. They'll manage to secure Roshan, get the Aegis on Gorg. Question is if they can get out. The Grips there is holding down Gorg through the BKB. That's Gorg's Aegis immediately gone.
Is there anything to get him out?
The spear back into the side. That's Gorg gone a second time.
That's a good tip from Max as well. That's a solid tip. That one's going to cut deep. Bold have tried to go Roshan twice now in this game, and it's just not been the cleanest approach. The second time, they are able to get it, but it's off of the back of, once they're in, how do they get back out? There's Bane lingering on the edge of the fight. He has grip available. You can't simply BKB TP out like it looked like they initially tried to do. That Fiend's grip piercing it. So Bold, they have to like awkwardly walk away, but in doing so, the grip still comes in. So yeah, Ivy just positioned perfectly to remove what kind of Bold needed in this game to give themselves some confidence. Yeah, Ivy doing a very, very good job in this game. The Vessel, of course, having high value. Everything I said about Enchantress being tanky and cool, Vessel kind of mitigates that. So, good job. Oop. Oh, I see the Dagon next on Necro. Alright. Sure. This feels like one of those builds that you'd look at the Q trivia. Who built this previously?
To 11, Ivy. Giving it a good fight here in game 2.
I'd argue that this has been their most competitive game so far in the DPC.
See what they can do here. Q trying to push back. Rajix and Ixon will have a TP over from Excalibur. He's interested in maybe getting involved up top.
Mate, he's using that Philly Stone to the greatest of effect. He's got a Hex in his quick buy. Alright, sure. Why not? Not a lot of items that you kind of want to buy. I'd argue like a Shivas could be pretty good in this game to reduce the attack speed of TA, the healing of the Timber Sword. Same with the Enchantress, but why not? If you can get there, you can get that Hex. Additional lockdown is somewhat needed for Ivy. We mentioned at the very start of this game.
I mean, Ivy, they have all ultimates at the ready. Yeah, Smoke's been picked up by Jan Vincento. They could look to make a move here to try and hold on to the tier 2 tower.
They're just... Oh, they're getting the jump.
Oh. And we're going to see the Phoenix walk straight up. Cute, he is able to get the egg off.
And the grip.
And they've got that hold. They're locking down Excalibur as there is no escape for him. Scythe comes out. Once again, an excellent fight from Ivy. As Team Bolt, they tried to fully commit. They couldn't quite kill that Phoenix before the egg comes off. And once that egg's there, their heroes do not deal well with it at all. They lose 3, Ivy keep everyone alive.
Yeah, they don't have the answer to egg, but right now, the mid-game Bane Phoenix is coming online because they're reacting very nice to this over-aggression from board, always in position. And I think that Phoenix was like 200 HP.
It was very close. They nearly were able to take down him.
Yeah, if you're Stone Spirit right now, you're probably tabbing in a Lincoln Sphere into your quick buy. The fact that most of your fights you've kind of zipped into just getting grip next to an egg, it's not the best feeling. Yeah, Ivy. Oh, we're nice to see a replay. How low did he go? All right.
He got very low.
1200, 100, 150. I saw 44. Oh my.
Yeah, it was close. One more sort of instance of damage and they probably would have had him.
Jeez.
They couldn't do it.
Production nudging. No, I won't talk about it.
It's working, T. it is. You know, Mobile's build. It's doing it this game.
He's vibing. He's having fun. Ah, not the quickest Dagon though. Upsetting. But no, it's working off for sure. Like, the window in which it could get punished didn't get punished, so now I'm vibing it. Now I'm like, yeah, why not, mate? He doesn't have a lot of armor, still only has 9 armor, so if he is jumped, that's the thing here. Team Board hasn't found that entry to a fight yet, which has been a clean jump into, we've got you. We've finally got Gorg in the territory of BKB plus Blink. He can potentially take that fight, but we've not seen it, so it's why Ivy's looking so good. They've reacted just to defensive eggs, defensive Fiend's Grip, and their heroes, they excel when they get to see the entire battlefield, when they get to place their spells accordingly and react in a clean fight. Because also Board has not really taken the engagement as a perfect 5. They've been a little bit not sloppy, but excited to take the fights in this game. They've been doing it as 3, as 4, but when they're 5, they were able to crush it. But the window in which they weren't 5 has enabled Ivy to win those fights, take the map back, and now excel.
This Team Bold, they're looking to go.
I mean, this game's still very close. Like, everything that Ivy's succeeded on is because Board has overcommitted. They haven't smoked yet. So there will be a window where maybe Ivy does slip up that gives Board re-entry to the game.
Oh, this is it. Excalibur's going to go straight for the Bane. Immediately on top of Jan Vincento, they bring him down. He'll buy back straight away on the Bane. Gorg, he'll turn over towards low skill. There's low skill, BKB pot, the BKB for Gorg about to end. There's the arena and the egg. They've got the team fight again with the scythe down onto Gorg this time. As Ivy, each and every time, they're getting these combos off, and Team Bold, they cannot deal with it, team.
It's just a bit too late. The fact that they were able to explode Bane there, it looked really good on paper, but look at how they positioned. They'd committed to the engagement. TA, I think they mentioned it on the panel as well. Like, this type of hero, once you commit, you're in. And that doesn't look very good when you're against a Mars and a Phoenix. And we saw it there in perfect practice. You kill the Bane, quick little buyback, arena, and an egg. You're just going to get deleted. Yeah, bored. With an early lead, they've now thrown it all away. This is now Ivy's game for sure.
Now Team Bold are going to have to play on the back foot here for the first time this series. After a very, very solid showing in Game 1, they're getting punished here in Game 2. Pretty much the last sort of 3 or 4 teamfight engagements have just not gone in their favor at all. Ivy, full control.
And it's a level 18 Phoenix as well. Like, this is now level 3 egg. You need 10 hits to destroy it. And if you look at the heroes of Team Bold, like, who's really going to do it? TA doesn't want to do it.
No,
she wants
you
to
don't
be
want
male
to spend
skilling.
your time with the BKB hitting the egg.
Exactly. Storm doesn't want to do it. No, not at all. And there's no way, like, yeah, it's actually real difficult. If Cube's in position, if he's ready, and not only that, if you are to jump him, there's going to be this Holy Locket blinking mid-necro, just keeping Cube just alive long enough to then get their egg off.
Oh, Gorg. A little bit close there, but he's out with the blink. And yeah, it's refreshing to see, right? Because we don't see a lot of Phoenix, and we definitely don't see Phoenix in this day and age have as good of a game as Cube is right now.
Yeah,
he's doing very well on the hero.
He's having a banging game for sure. He's always playing on the edge. It's probably one of his better heroes. Of course, a lot of people know him for his Pudge, but after that, it's probably Phoenix, maybe a little Dark Willow.
So Excalibur.
On the grip.
Oh, he's tried to stay around. I mean, I don't even know if he was ever going to do the damage to kill Max. Max is pretty high HP here on the Mars. But yeah, regardless, Excalibur hanging around gives him the chance for Jam Vincenzo to turn up and grab him with the grip.
Yeah, this Bane's having a pretty decent game as well. Like, every single big core kill that we mentioned.
Popping off it for Ivy.
Like, the first portion of the game, I was super worried because they weren't connecting, right? They weren't getting the spells off. But now, every time they use a spell, it's led to like such a massive kill. And when you play like that, it feels so good. Like, this could be completely different, but for now, they're riding that wave, they're riding that success, and yet to see them fumble on the big spells since probably around about the 15-20 minute mark.
Where did that Sage's mask come from on Gorg?
He's just been casually having it since the start of the game.
Okay. I was going to say.
It's a laning Sage, but he doesn't want to remove it.
I mean, he's 9 slotted, 10 slotted.
But
yeah, he can sell some of these and get his recipe done, Gorg, if he wants. He's very close. Get that Daedalus picked up. And then maybe with the Daedalus, if he gets in with a Blink BKB, he can shred through one of the targets off the back of that initiation. It's going to get harder, though, and AC has been picked up.
He's actually doing the long con. This is the Sage Mask for laning phase that will eventually build into his Bloodthorn for the late game. It's actually very 5-head for sure.
Well, never mind. I think AC... Oh, no.
What are you on about? What's happening?
I saw an AC being bought. Did they sell it? I think someone sold it. Did anybody get it? Oh, no, never mind. No, it was low skill. Yeah, okay, low skill's got his AC. What's going crazy?
I mean, I don't think Team Ball bought an AC, mate. Yeah,
no.
Low skill got one.
Ivy. Low skills, tanking up even more. I mean, Scardy AC. This Razor's pretty scary. This is not an easy Razor for the TA to fight.
You can't kill him. Yeah, this is why they picked Razor with such confidence. This kind of blind T pick in the final phase. Razor is a beautiful counter. You buy armor items, you can remove TA's damage, and traditionally TA carry is good because you're jumping, either putting a hero to low HP, and look at this game. He can't kill the Phoenix, he can't kill the Necro without Nullifier, and he can't kill the Razor. Like, this is just a very difficult TA game. This 19k gold he has right now, it honestly feels like nothing because he's just afraid to fight.
Yeah, he is countered by a lot at this point. It's not easy, despite that farm. Roshan will fall into the hands of Ivy. Team Ball not at a point where they're able to get out and contest that. But big items coming out. Satanic's done on Max.
Yeah, it's a big item. I just mentioned about how hard it is to kill these heroes, and then just slap a Satanic on your off-lane Mars. I don't see the damage now for Board. I really don't. They've got to start skipping waves, survive out this Aegis, and hope for tier 4 plus fortification.
Time to TP out Pablo.
Leave, run away.
We'll be okay here. They'll both manage to get out. But yeah, without that, this team fight just getting scarier and scarier that Ivy's been bringing. already the team fight's been too much. It's only going to get worse for Team Bold.
You can see Bold, they've opted for this run down lane, quickly push it out. They've clicked on this Mars, they see the Satanic.
Oh, Max.
He's got BKB Satanic. Lift.
Oh, all right.
Perfect.
That's a big kill. I mean, talking about getting a bit greedy, we saw Team Bold do it earlier. Max just straight up trying to go for a solo kill. He gets baited in.
You got a BKB there.
I mean, that was a big risk, and that's a big death. I mean, it was very high leveled, high farm, so he's out for a long time here. No Mars for 80 seconds. There is, of course, still the threat of the Aegis on low skill, but perhaps a bit of a window for Team Bold to try something.
But it's the fact that that type of death, that respawn timer, you subtract that from your Aegis now. Ivy can't make plays, or if they are, they maybe they still look for it, but...
Yeah. I mean, they're still coming down the mid lane.
Posturing, but this is, you got to be careful here. Fighting without your Mars, it's difficult. I respect them still trying to be aggressive, but it needs to be aggressive in a way that prevents Bold from farming the map. They're posturing to keep Bold in their triangle, only allowing one hero to farm, as the lanes kind of passively go back in their direction.
And low skill's ready to lead in.
I mean, this could be dangerous. If Team Bold can isolate the supports, skip away from the Razor.
Dagon's getting leveled up. Excalibur. Catch Chen Vincenzo. Now with 2 dead, you would imagine that Ivy, they will play full defensive now. They don't want to do anything 3 versus 5, that's for sure.
So level 3 Dagon. He's got the 4th in the quick buy, so he's going to go very aggressive. Oh, nice. He did go for the Lotus Orb as well. I didn't catch that, but now his build, vibing. We're looking good now. He's got the armor. I think the main thing was just I was missing a bit of the old armors.
Oh,
another big jump.
They get the jump on Max. Max, he'll get the BKB off in time, but the state of his step for Gorg. Satanic healing Max up very nicely, and Gorg, he just opts the TP out with the BKB. He'll escape, but Excalibur won't be as fortunate. The Scythe from Mobi takes him down.
What a wild jump. It's a BKB Satanic Mars. The reason why they killed him last time was that additional lift from Rubik to prevent that Satanic, to prevent that BKB. But just doing it as 2, you don't have to lock down long enough. He just turns it around.
Rajix. Time to run.
You got to leave the map. Ivy control everything.
They're going to come straight down this mid lane. I mean, Excalibur, he's short of the money for buyback, so this is a full minute he's gone. And of course, Ivy, how long have they got left on the Aegis? Still a minute and a half. So a bit of an opportunity for Ivy to take a tier 2, perhaps more.
Plenty of time. And you see him as well, he's well on the way to Satanic, so when this Aegis expires, he'll be replacing it with a Satanic, which, you know, I think most people agree, is a pretty busted item, somewhat like a pseudo Aegis in my opinion, so yeah, Bold really, they gotta find something in the tank. They gotta, it's difficult. These fights are very hard for them now.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage. That initial burst there onto low skill that Pablo was able to throw out.
Good old Death Seeker plus a Fade Bolt.
Yeah. Oh, he's got the money for his Dagon to be maxed out right now.
Oh.
That max level Dagon coming in. Oh no, he's still got a couple of levels on it. Okay, no, switched it up to go for the bots instead of the final 2 levels.
He doesn't need to be too big, alright? Like level 3, just big enough.
Trying for some kills here. Oh, that turn there, JM. He's able to turn and get the grip off on Excalibur. The arena and the egg gets down. Gorg, he's got to seriously consider if he wants to stay around. He's not going to get the chance to back off, actually, as they catch him with the spear. Once again, a very easy team fight for Ivy. A Team Bold end up walking into. They try their luck at taking down Max, and once again, they aren't successful with the endeavor.
It might just be GG here. Like, both cores, POS 1, POS 2, over a minute respawn. You've got Deso on max, you've got AC on low skill. You can skip past this tier 3 tower once you've taken it and potentially just hit these tier 4s. Knowing Ivy, I feel like this is a game that they finally feel like they're winning in the DVC. They might be a little bit slower, a bit more relaxed, but...
Yeah, they might play it safe, because of course it's very important, these games, to decide who's going to be staying in, or at least decide a large part of that. Ixon, who's got the heals? He'll be fine. Those skills going to go for the link onto Rajix. Jump forward, they have the Scythe, they've got the burst. If they jump in, they take out Rajix. There are buybacks available.
Well, they got to buy back now. It's just the game's over.
Are going down. And they're going down very, very quickly. As the Ancient, it's exposed. I think Ivy, they might be able to just focus up, ending the game. As they're onto the Ancient, they'll also be able to take out Radix a second time as Ivy will secure this game too.
And that was game 2, just to clarify.
It was.
Going into a game 3.
I mean, we're getting a game 3. I think we can all be happy there. We want to see some more Dota 2, and we're definitely going to get it. But quite a comparison there between this and game 1. Game 1, it very much looked like Team Bold was just going to turn up today on a bit of a different page to Ivy. A very, very quick and convincing win. But this game 2, Team Bold, they did struggle. They had a decent lead. They definitely had a good start against Ivy, but there was a few moves that hurt them, T. And Ivy, they made sure that it hurt them big time. We saw consistent team fights from Ivy that Team Bold's heroes just couldn't deal with.
Yeah, this is a time where Team Bold often, their aggression will be paired by the fact that they often would outscale or have good ways to take fights throughout the entire game. This TA pick for me was pretty bad.
I mean, it was hard. We saw in the draft, right, they were running out of options.
Mm-hmm.
Ivy did a great job making sure that Gorg just was very unlikely to get a hero that would have been his first pick.
Yeah, it's just not the TA game. You're playing into Razor, you're playing into Phoenix. It's just not that good. They made a couple mistakes, but yeah, it's Ivy. They get a victory. They're going into a game 3. This is game 3, where the winner will most likely not get eliminated.
Yeah.
So everything on the line for Div 2, one single game. Yeah, exciting stuff. Who wins it? I don't know after this game.
It's hard to call. It's hard to tell. I think you said, ladies and gentlemen, you got to stick around to see who is able to get the win in this series. Because as it stands now, with Ivy coming in with a good fight in game 2, they'll equalize the series for now. 1-1 between Ivy and Team Bold Reborn. Game 3 round the corner.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.esogaming.com.
When I wake up, my fortune says I'll be alright. When I go to bed.
Hey Mom, if I could talk, what would I tell you? I'd say thanks for giving me Cosequin all these years.
Keep 'em moving with Cosequin Joint Health Supplements, the #1 vet recommended retail brand.
Plans end here.
In 2013, Skittles upset a lot of people by taking away Lime. Skittles will now apologize to everyone who ever complained. At Shayboy 2003, we are sorry.
Apologize the rainbow. Taste the rainbow.
At Atlantis, we're sorry.
Spectrum presents useful tips for your useless dish.
Look, babe, made you a party wheel out of our old satellite dish.
Let me show you how to work it. You need to go with the flow.
What in the haberdasheries is going on here? Switch to Spectrum.
Be not afraid, my son. This is our path to walk. Live in honor.
Father!
I will avenge you, Father.
My son, Viepus.
He will die just like your father. I will claim my kingdom.
The Northmen, the legend begins. Rated R.
Imagine being able to fill your home for $99 a month. With the power of Bob's discount, it's possible. Take my Blake dining set for only $5.99. Add my best-selling Laurel sofa and love seat, only $9.99. And throw in my 5-piece Tremont Queen bedroom set for only $9.99. Math time! That's a house full of furniture for...
Calculating.
$25.97 or $99 per month for 30 months, totaling $29.70 with qualified special financing. Because with Bob's discount...
Math is fun.
G'day. Next time you holiday, why go small when you can go Australia? Peace and quiet, we've got a few spots. Cultural sites, ancient wonders, take your pick. You want fresh? Go catch your own. Icons, there's a few. You want more? Go jump in here, slide down there, swing it, ride it, eat it, drink it, meet it, move it. Or do nothing at all. Whatever you do, don't go small. Go Australia. Come and say g'day.
Follow your adventures with the rugged power of Honda, the brand owners are calling the most fun to drive. Hurry into a local Honda dealer where new vehicles are arriving daily.
Of Ivy, and we said that Ivy had the better draft, but there were still some doubts regarding it because Team Bald Reborn has shown that they are potentially the better players here. However, this second game does make us doubt that maybe a little bit. I'm here with Effie and Synderen, and Synderen, Ivy knew how to buy their time and make it count in the end.
Yeah, they similar to game number 1, they kind of got rolled in the lanes. But this time around in the mid game, the Team Bald lineup I think has some pretty clear shortcomings, and what Ivy took advantage of was especially the combination of Phoenix Mars. They got some good grips off as well, and this time around they had the solutions for the Timber from a drafting perspective. And you got to question a little bit for Bald as well. I think their last pick TA, I just think Gorg is really farmed in this game, but it's just dead net worth. This is a really bad TA game. And it was picked blind with a Razor still in the pool that, you know, they very quickly identified on Ivy. Hey, let's go for that. It's going to be great.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to picture this game played out if Bald did not crush the lanes. Like, how one-sided would this have been?
Yeah.
But because they had a pretty big advantage, it still became relatively competitive for a while.
I think the only way for Bald to win was would have just crushed the lanes and just not taken a single bad fight, but that's really hard to do when you're playing in something like Mars Phoenix. So I think that next game Bald need to reconsider a little bit. I think lost picking a TA when your team has no team fight anyway, and then you're already playing against things that burn refraction and fire spirits and just a ton of mixed kind of damage. It's not an easy order.
Do you think it was maybe a little bit... Could it have been a little bit of cockiness going for the TA?
I don't know. They might have got a little bit cornered with what heroes were left.
There were a lot of carries banned.
There are a lot of carries banned. We were talking about Slark jokingly. I think it would have been a better pick, to be honest, because it was a really bad TA game from my perspective. But another hero that maybe could have worked for them was Void, but they banned that themselves.
Yep.
So, and even that, I don't know how good that would have been. It was just, it was a little bit tricky. I'm wondering exactly when it was they got cornered and put themselves in this position, but like, I think they're not going to be too phased by it, honestly. I think it's relatively obvious after you've played that game what the problem was and what your shortcomings were. So if you just adjust that correctly and keep outplaying the enemy in the lanes, you should probably be primed for a good game 3.
Yeah, we haven't seen Phoenix picked up that often. I know, Effie, you're a big fan. Feel like it delivered this game?
Oh, it did great. I mean, it was a really good Phoenix game, right? He had the Mars setup, he had the Sunray for the tanky heroes, he was a good vessel buyer, and I just would like to see more of Phoenix. I think the hero has a lot of potential. It's just the weaknesses in the laning phase dissuade a lot of teams from picking it. But I wouldn't be surprised if it rises to popularity, hopefully at the major. I think majors are always a time where Phoenix is super popular. So
I will say, I think maybe the perspective that some players have on Phoenix in lane is maybe a little bit outdated because the change to Fire Spirits, it does get better faster than it used to. I believe the cooldown on level 2 is already quite a bit better than it was back in the day when Phoenix was a worse laner, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I'm remembering the numbers wrong here, but I'm pretty sure it's better. And especially then when you reach the higher levels, right? When you're level 7, if you have maxed out Fire Spirits, they're just up all the time. You just keep cycling them to farm, to fight. It's definitely still a weaker laning hero than most, for sure. But I think you can compensate for that by playing it with like strong carries, with tri-lanes, with or identifying, okay, they picked one weak lane support, let's put Phoenix there. and we know the payoff comes out later.
Yeah, I think that could work for sure. And the cooldown overall being reduced is nice at every stage. You can also just camp your Phoenix on a lane and push waves kind of bravely because you have a dive. But the level 1 is so trash that, like, it's not just the level 1 and 2 are just really bad. It's a bit reminiscent of a Sand King, how if you can exploit that, the lane is in a really bad position. So maybe that's
Sand King's the first
part.
pick, though.
That's because Sand King is very strong later on, whereas, Phoenix
So is Phoenix.
Phoenix is situational, though.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, I'm the one advocating for Phoenix.
I like Phoenix, too.
I'm telling you, his weakness is Cinder.
We got
think it's
two
underpicked, too.
Phoenix
Okay, I'm glad.
fans. Who knows? Maybe we'll get one in game number 3 of this series. We're going to find out because the draft of game 3 coming to you soon.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long. Can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin.
Do you like being a shared workspace for up to 5,000 fleas? If you like being protected from fleas and ticks with Nexstar, take a nap. I think I can hear the ticks feeding. That sucks. Start killing in minutes, for pet's sake.
'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's
A third and deciding game between Ivy and Team Bold Reborn. And let me just highlight how important this series is, because both teams are 1-4 right now. Their only victory for both teams is against Winter Bear. Winter Bear is already confirmed to be eliminated. And who will join them in the elimination? It could very well be decided in this series right here, in this third game right here. I'm joined by Synderen and Effie, and we have for this third game Ivy on the Radiant side, Team Bold Reborn on the Dire side, and Team Bold getting their hands on second pick, with Ivy taking first pick. What kind of adjustments would you like seeing here, Sin?
I was in the pool.
Yep, it's picked. I would like Team Ball to... I don't think they need to change up too much. I think they shouldn't lose faith in their Enchantress, for example, after that last game. I think it was completely fine. Just make sure you pick a more healthy carry matchup. Or they just go for the same opening as game 1 because it's the same situation. And pick a better carry matchup, pick better team fight for the mid game. Because you're winning the laning stage in all of these games so far quite handily. So as long as you have solutions in the mid game to take that advantage to converting it into objectives or winning team fights, then you should be golden. So don't mind seeing another Timber game from Radjix, why not?
And it's probably going to be another tri-lane. It just feels like that's been the name of the series so far, and Timbersaw is just going to do the same thing, right?
Yep.
It's going to do well on lane, and hopefully they can take some kind of kill-intensive tri-lane with the Hoodwink. She's super efficient on that. I do want to highlight, though, again, the counter synergy between Timbersaw and Hoodwink.
They did make it work in game 1. Did we see it? The counter synergy in action in that game? I can't remember.
They were kind of playing separate areas of the fights most of the time. Like Hoodwink would maybe set something up and Timber would come in later, or Timber would already be fighting the back line when Hoodwink was landing the spells. So, like, it's a nuisance theoretically. I think it matters less in organized play than it does in pubs, because people have a better understanding and play better together. But
3 electricities this series, and Ivy also go for the same opener that they did last time in the IO Storm. So this one's looking like a repeat of the first game, but Ivy do need to address the issues that they had in that game 1, right? Which was the lack of real lockdown, the lack of real ways to take a fight, which I think they did really nicely in their Mars Phoenix, but the IO Storm is always going to have the same issue.
I think in this game they're also not going to draft Ursa almost no matter what. They need to have really good conditions before they're going to aim for that, probably. So if you want to run this IO, if you want to play 2-1-2, that's fine. You can pick to put the IO in the off lane as well. It doesn't have to be in that safe lane. If it becomes a tri-lane situation, IO might just want to bully the Timbersaw together with a +1. There's like certain IO lanes that run Timbersaw into the ground in the beginning if you play correctly. Perhaps you could go for something like that, or if you do want to play the tri-lane, get a better 5 to play with the IO, or a 4 if you want to play IO 5, and then get a carry that actually thrives in that environment if that is what Team Bold are going to look to be bringing your way. I think the Razor was completely fine game 1. I don't mind if they run that back, but they need to cover their bases elsewhere. They're going to ban Tusk this time.
Ivy are banning the heroes that they dealt with in game 1, right? So they take out the DK, which would have paired really well with the Hoodwink and would have been the instant stun, the means to catch the Storm Spirit out of the way early, even though it did come out in the last phase. And the Tuskar was a hero that strongly enabled the tri-lane that they played on before. They also get that out of the way. Just heroes... Tusk is a very strong tri-lane hero, because then you have 2 extra heroes making use of the tag team, right? So I think it's kind of a good idea to just get the strong tri-lane supports.
And it seems like Team Bald is helping them along a little bit, because the other hero that they had in that very game was the Razor, but they removed it themselves.
Are they going to pick TA again? They banned out TV and Razor.
Let's see what Ivy banned out last time in this position. It was an Ember, a Tiny... Did I write this down properly? A Lone Druid? Was Lone Druid banned?
Might have been. I think it was, actually.
It's interesting that they banned out the Anti-Mage, who is a really good hero versus Storm, but not your traditional tri-lane hero. So maybe Ivy are thinking that they might end up forcing Ball to play normal dual lanes, depending on the heroes that they're going to pick in this phase.
I wouldn't mind seeing a Bane here. I think it's pretty stable against both IO and Storm.
The Enfeeble is really valuable versus any kind of IO draft too, because of the heal reduction.
Yep.
That being said, Ixon hasn't played a single Bane game this entire tour.
Well then.
Interesting, because I feel like that was a hero he played quite a bit the last tour. Alright. It's not going to be that. It'll be Abaddon. This does indeed point more in a 2-1-2 direction. Abaddon can play tri-lanes, but I think you need a specific type of carry now. You're a little bit more limited in what you can run than when you had the Tusk last time.
They really could also just do standard dual lanes this game. It doesn't necessarily always have to be a tri-lane. So, Abaddon is a really nice hero when there's a clear kind of spell to dispel with the Aphotic Shield. And I guess there is Vortex at the moment, but I need to understand the concept behind it. I guess Baldur is setting up for a hero that really needs the save support behind him. Because typically, Ava's picked if there's a Fiend's Grip or a Lasso or something of the sort.
Jane Vincento is out brewing another tea.
Yep.
Currently.
Getting some more water boiled, probably. Would imagine so.
Getting ready for the third and very important game here. His hero has been picked, so he's out.
Gonna go eat a
He's
banana
done.
again.
His job there is done. All right, what kind of combination does Ivy want for themselves this time around? Last time it was the Pango and the Razor. And this time around they'll go for Luna Clockwork. And that's their safe lane right there.
Pretty solid, in my opinion. I think the Clockwork is a really excellent hero in scouting, right? So if you can see this Hoodwink or just get vision of her, you can instantly jump her. You also can take the fight. You can start the fight for your Storm Spirit, right? So it's not all on his shoulders to go in first. It's not the best team fight hero, to be honest, and it's not great versus Abaddon because you don't really stop him from healing people up, but it's a really nice way to take a fight. It doesn't give you much versus Timbersaw either, though. That is the issue. But you have the Luna, who excels in lane versus Timbersaw. She does well in lane versus most melee strength heroes, but versus Timber, she out-CS's him and has mixed damage. So
I think the primary purpose of Clockwork here is from a synergistic standpoint with his own team rather than what he's against. I wouldn't consider this particularly good Clock matchups. Every hero in the enemy team has something against Clockwork. Timbersaw can be dangerous to jump because he can just turn on you and kill you. Hoodwink can ulti out of the cogs. Abaddon is tanky, has his ult as well. So, but just having another clear-cut way of initiating when you're playing with Storm IO is really nice. You set up Relocate very well now with both Hookshot as well as the Vortex. Luna likes playing, if it does come down to some sort of trialing situation, I think you can actually play this as a trialing if you must in the safe lane.
Well, look at that. We're going to get the proper camera. So he did indeed went for some
all right, here we go.
water boiling. There goes the tea in the cup. He knows he's the one being featured right now. So he could definitely do a live stream. You can hear him talking. He's like, I believe he's German, no?
Yeah.
How many spoons of that?
So you'll say with the German accent, and now the tea? No, that's more like French. Never mind. I'm not even going to try to do that. CK coming out. Another man on a horse. This time a live one.
Wait, so this wasn't coffee earlier?
No, it's tea.
No, but we thought he had both tea and coffee. And
Oh, but the black... Oh, I thought you saw a different thing, because the black cup normally is...
Okay.
tea. Because he basically lets it sit in there, and then he has to strain it out. Because
Right.
obviously he's mixing the thing. Look, now he has to strain it out. And obviously it's very fresh because he literally just poured it over. So it can't have been very strong tea, but it gets enough of the flavor for him to get the right sip.
How much caffeine can one man drink?
Not all tea has caffeine in it.
Good, very good. Anyway, I think the CK pick is nice. It is an extra stun. They still don't really have a clear way to kill the Storm because it is a projectile in the Chaos Bolt, but it's a good matchup versus Luna because you can tank her Eclipse with all of your illusions. You can also just do a lot of damage. It's really good on lane because of the sustain from the crit, and if you get gone on by the Clockwork, you can also just fight back, really.
Yeah.
So the Clockwork's role in this game is just going to be that kind of strong laner / body for the Luna in lane, and then just take the fight later on, start the fight for your Storm. But all of the heroes on Team Bald seem really good at what they're gonna do, right? It just feels like right now they still need a clearer way to kill the Storm. Maybe something like a Puck mid would fit the bill here for Excalibur.
Yeah, I could see Puck being good. I could definitely see that. There's some good natural synergy with Chaos Knight being able to break the Rift or connect into, or break the coil rather, with Rift if he wants to. He can connect. It's a very good hero to play together with Timber until BKBs. But I think that's perhaps a little bit of a concern if you do go Puck, is what does your lineup do when BKBs come out, right? Then both your mid and your offlaner are very, very stifled in terms of damage output. And CK, I'm not sure if he's going to be... excuse me. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to output enough himself against a carry with IO behind.
Ooh.
All right. Well,
New hero joins the fray. For Ivy, it's the first time they picked the Darkseer. More illusions.
I think Puck looks good. Excalibur hasn't played it yet. He's played Wind Ranger before, also a mid hero with a disable, but now that she's playing against, I mean, heroes that can get surged away from her focus fire, a little bit less valuable.
if Bald Reborn are confident in playing mid game and playing quick, I could see Puck being good for sure. But again, my My concern is the BKBs. If they're a little bit too worried about that, if they're like, uh-oh, and all right, they'll take a totally different route. Gonna go mid tiny, as it looks.
It looks like it.
In this game.
I think they did need Disable coming out of their mid lane, right? And maybe
Yeah.
they thought their options in Wind Ranger and Puck were not good enough. Tiny is a hero that can definitely cause a lot of chaos in the mid game because he's very low cooldown. If he gets the Blink Dagger, he's Nuker Initiator type, right? He doesn't have to farm up the entire game. But I do think he can suffer if Ivy just go on him.
Well, it does have a Baton behind, which can help a decent amount. But yeah, Tiny was definitely not on my radar as a pick here. I think it has a good chance of working. He's at least going to have a fine lane. Tiny lanes against most heroes very well in the mid lane. So against Storm, I think it's just going to be a wash. They're both going to farm. As an overall fit for the strategy, I think it's more about comfort than how theoretically sound the hero is. This is a hero Excalibur likes. They wanted the stun, they wanted the scalability and the burst for mid game. And they want to not fall into the trap that they were in last game. And I don't think they will.
Yeah,
So.
I agree. I think the Dark Seer is a nice pick, though, right? The Ion Shell
I like it.
clock benefits from it. Surge is going to be really nice, and the Wall versus TK can be very valuable. It's not a complete outdraft, though, like Game 2 was.
No.
So I think that just in terms of skill, Team Bold should outskill them and therefore win. So I'll say Team Bold.
All right, well, let's see how this third and deciding game will play itself out. We're heading over to OD Pixel and Seagov.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, a lot on the line here, of course, in this third game between Team Bold Reborn and IVT. From what we've seen so far in the series and what you're seeing now, what are you expecting?
I mean, a close game, hopefully. The fact that, I think for me, I was always expecting Ivy to struggle in most of their matchups, but that game 2 gave me a little bit of confidence, and this is the type of lineup that, in theory, can do pretty well. I think mainly off the back of Darkseer. I'm a little bit worried for Luna throughout the game. Normally on Luna, you want to be able to like stand and right-click and kill heroes, but Timber, Abaddon, Tiny, CK, they're all pretty tanky, so I'm skeptical for the Luna, but the Darkseer, that's where the hero can shine. But we've got a little wraparound. Surprise!
The cube's going to be found first.
He's dead.
I think the surprise is for Ivy. They just lost first blood as Gorg was able to take down Cube. Are they going to be able to chase for another?
Why not? Stun in 2. Stun in 1.
Here we go. Who are they going to go for? Oh, stun onto both as well.
2 second stun. Great RNG.
That's going to be a dead Luna, surely. Oh, JM actually with the heals. No, it's not at all. He's able to keep low skill alive at least.
Whew. I thought for a second, I won't lie, when they had the smoke, I thought they were the ones typing good luck, have fun as they were smoking in, but it was actually just Pablo being polite. But all right, not often do you see the team smoking give away the first blood, but Cube a little bit excited to get into the fray.
And we're going to see this again from Gorg. They love to do the aggressive tri-lanes team.
Man,
Last game you weren't sort of super sold on it, but this game, is there a much better, clearer reason for the aggressive tri-lane?
I feel like in all games thus far, the tri-lane that Team Board have run has enabled Gorg to find the farm.
Yeah,
you know,
it has indeed.
Like the TA was top net worth previous game. The game before that, again, Gorg top net worth. So I think they have set up their lanes really well so far. But it's how they kind of use that. Like, again, to be very clear, Board have taken away the laning phase and the early 15-20 minutes of the game with like 7-8k plus leads in both games. So the fact that Ivy came back in that game too was commendable based on their resilience to the aggression.
I'll try and run down Ixon here. Some good damage. Quite enough to get the kill though.
Much better tri-lane for Ivy this time around. You have Io Luna naturally very, very tanky, pump out the right clicks. You have, of course, Luna Blessing enabling the tri-lane to do more damage. You have double stick, one on Io, a wand on Luna. So those two should be able to survive from the aggression. You chuck a clock in that as well. You're going to have kill threat on this lane, especially if you get to, level 2, level 3, and you get some earlier denies. And this is Ivy adapting throughout the series for sure. We're seeing, the same thing here. A Darkseer just freely skipping top lane.
Yeah, I mean, who's happier with the 1v1 top, or is it just pretty even?
Yeah, it's pretty even. Yeah. I think the main thing will be Darkseer will be grabbing the wave and farming the small camp as well. And Timbersaw can't do that early on, but when he hits high levels, he'll be mirroring that. So you'll most likely see Darkseer pull ahead early on, but then potentially Timbersaw catch back up. soon after. I think if you're Ivy, as long as Luna farms bottom and Darks is free farming top, you're happy to hit that kind of mid-game timing where you're going to be able to, vacuum. Like, mention the heroes, there's 4 melee heroes on team board. Like, we're going to be seeing some big vacuums in this game.
That's true.
Comboed with maybe a, big cogs, the Agsum Storm Spirit.
That's going to be the big follow-up, yeah. Or the lead-in. Yeah.
They have a really nice lineup for these mid-game fights, and I'm excited to see them execute it.
I'm trying to go for Pablo a bit, but Cube. They want to commit for him. Won't be able to get the stun off in time, so Cube's fine.
Again, we're seeing the exact same setup Team Ball does. Block the small camp, try and fight for the hard camp to be alive. All the small things to keep the lane in a good spot. Neither team's really pulling ahead in these tri lanes right now until they kill Io, and I take back my words.
Oh, it's close. JM.
Oh, he's going. Oh my, he's going. Ooh! He wanted it.
Oh, is able to get the courier.
He had the boots on it.
No boots for low skill for a minute.
Low move speed, yep. Very difficult.
Oh, JM gets close. That stun. Oh, it's gonna do it there. The stun, followed up by that bouncing acorn shot, takes out JM.
Yeah, these cheaper kills in tri lanes, they can be the offsetting things when you are lower XP, but for now, looking good. Exon just, he's playing on the fringe, not trying to steal every little bit of XP. You have to be super careful. Tri lanes actually take quite a lot of skill to perform. You can't just be 3 heroes, AFKing in the lane.
Yeah, they've got to that solid spot for Gorg on the levels now where he's got the point in each. He's got the stun, he's got the catch, he's got the sustain. 4-minute rune and Excalibur. He's going to be able to grab that War Rune Cube. Not able to stop Excalibur from getting the refill. Back down bottom lane, another death for JM.
I think we saw this in game 1 when they had the tri lane, when Ivy mirrored it. They want to make that natural 4-minute move towards that water rune, and they instantly identify it and snipe away a kill on the side lane. It's normally the team that breaks from tri laning the first often falls victim to just more aggression, and we're seeing it here.
Oh, Cube.
A second kill.
He's still level 1, so he's a very easy kill.
Ooh. And low despair from JM. No TP. Having to walk back. The walk of shame happening on the IO. Yeah, not the best start from Ivy, unfortunately. They had the heroes to be able to tri lane, but not having their small camp available, not being in position at the 4-minute mark, kind of giving board. Like, look at this positioning of the wave. It feels like it's been here for pretty much the entire time. And we saw it from that beautiful weatherman after game 1 from Lacoste. Pablo at the 4-5 minute mark, shifting away to the triangle, making the stacks, sweeping into mid lane. Bull just hitting the same beats as their success from game 1 for sure. But if we look at the offlane, it's a little old Darks here. 41 CS, living the dream. Now it's past 5 minutes, he can grab the wave. It de-aggroes a lot earlier. Keep farming up. I think the difficulty in Dota is when you're tri-laning as Radiant, you don't really get to make stacks as your supports. You're stuck inside the lane taking the fight. Where Dio on the offlane, it's so easy to quickly poke your head back into that jungle and make the efficiencies. Like this Luna, she's looking towards the jungle, like where's my farm going to be, where am I going to recover? There's nothing available. I don't think a single person maybe has yet to make a stack. Oh, Radget, look at this. Oh, that's a big wave.
He's going to try and farm some Ancients.
Why not? He's got 3 points in passive. He can stand there, hands off the keyboard.
There we go. Radjik's definitely trying to do his best to get that more from pulling the creep wave to the side in comparison to what Max was able to do as the Darks here.
Radjik's going to keep replicating that. But no, Max, he's going to mirror it. I think farming one small camp and a medium, or in a hard, should kind of give you the same effect as slowly farming up an Ancient. He's not farming the entire Ancient camp every time, so yeah, Darks is still going to be pretty happy here. And I still feel like if you're Ivy, you're kind of happy that your Darks is having this type of game. Like, right now, this early aggression, can maybe your low skill not dying help? Yeah, there we go.
They both had the 1 charges. Good job that they did. Otherwise, he may have gone down. TP over from Cube as well, making sure that Team Bold can't keep pushing in onto the Luna.
But like, I'm looking at this Darkson. He's the type of hero that he's rushing Ags right now. Of course, it's going to be very good. The bonus HP, survive through the little bit of jump that board will be providing. But I want to be seeing him TPing into some of these early engagements potentially with a Storm Spirit, overwhelm this fight once he has the wall available, and just punish. Because they're not really hitting towers on board, right? They're not going to be suddenly grouping up and saying this is our tower to take. They are going to be relying on catapult waves and pickoffs.
See, two of them try and go for Excalibur here, but backup is on its way. See if Pablo can keep Excalibur alive. He's trying to hold the back with the stuns, but Excalibur still goes down. Mobite is out with the TP. Cube. Let's see if they've got anything else to throw out for him. Probably not. Yeah, with the stick charges, Cube's able to make it away. They take out Excalibur in the mid. Nothing that Team Bold could do in time to take anything in return.
Really nice moves. These are the moves that you need to suddenly disrupt the map. When you're getting tri-laned, if you break your supports away, they have to make a decisive blow elsewhere to force the supports to mirror that. Team Bold, they bring the Abaddon, they bring the Hoodwink. Tiny still falls, and because of that, low skill starts to hit the creep's bottom. The map feels a little bit more open for this safe lane. So I'd like to see Ivy potentially use this quirk to greater effect. Pair up with the Darkseer for a little bit, pair up with the Storm Spirit, and just keep running at these heroes that are left kind of isolated. Oh god, Max. Oh, I'm just fake hype there at that point, sorry. You can't touch the Timbersaw, alright? He's off on his own island. Yeah,
completely letting Magic do whatever he wants in their triangle.
That's fair play. I wouldn't want to look at that. Ivy don't have the heroes to kill him. Like, if at any point Magic's decided to TP this lane, low skills off to the jungle instantly. And I think he might look to do that once he picks up a couple more items, but for now, he's loving the free farm. Already level 9, about to hit level 10.
Cube getting some good stacks here as well.
And XP. He's using that Iron Chill from the Darkseer.
Oh, actually, yeah, he's just taking them himself.
Yoinking them. He's actually dying to them too.
He's got to be a little careful.
Will he die to this camp? No. Ah, nighttime. Doesn't aggro. Very cool. Oh, poor old Max. Yeah, at the higher levels, as a Dark, you don't want to be near the Timbersaw. You want to be skipping behind the wave. So that one moment there be difficult, and the time in which Max, because he TP'd away from top, it allowed Timbersaw to get creeps finally to this tower and then start chunking it down. And Max hasn't had the time yet to get past him to then keep skipping.
I mean, they're rotating for the kill. They're going to try and kill Rajix here.
He's got a hood and a 1.
See if they've got the damage. 3 heroes going for him.
Still got a 1, 15-1.
He's still got a lot of HP, and he's also got the backup. A little bit of an ambitious move there from Ivy. And they'll need quite a bit more than that if they wish to kill Rajix. See, down on the bottom lane, Gorg. He's going to go with a Phantasm straight onto JM, and maybe they could chase low skill as well. Have a stun again in a second, but TPs are coming in. Mobile going to make sure that he's there to help try and turn things around on Gorg. Ooh, a bit of a pause, bit of a DC. Gorg probably dead here. There is a bushwhack in a second.
Well, let's leave it to chat, all right? 1, he's dead. 2, he's alive. I'm personally going to throw out a 1.
I think a 1. I mean, as I say, he's going to have Mobile and low skill likely to get stunned.
Yep.
Actually, well, Mobile, he's also, because he's revving up another Ball Lightning. So
you're just trying to bait out some 2s right now, Owen. You're baiting out the 2s. And if you press 2, you will get timed out from chat, so watch out for that one. We don't want that here. Does look rather pretty, doesn't it?
Oh, wait, dude.
Oh, what?
He's got his armlet on the courier.
Oh,
so if that comes in, he turns the armlet on, pops the 1, turns armlet on. Pablo gets the 2-man bushwhack.
Yep.
I think Gorg might he could live it.
Oh, the 2s are rising up.
There is a chance.
You've just installed some hope.
Is there any remnants on the ground?
I don't think there is.
There isn't.
No.
It's
2 seconds for the next remnant.
So he's about to take he's gonna take a Lucid Beam.
Yep.
And an overload hit.
So he's gonna take about 80 damage plus the 75.
155.
There's about 200. He's got a 15-1. That's gonna become a 16 after the beam.
I don't think he dies here.
Mate, the twos are pretty happy right now.
He's not going to die. In fact, Excalibur's coming in.
Oh, Pablo's got a bushwhack in 1. Ooh, the plot thickens.
Someone's lights went out. What happened?
Oh, no.
Oh, that probably means he's got no power.
That is an internet issue.
He might have lost power here.
Okay.
Interesting.
Well,
so hopefully it comes back for him.
I've got chat open to see the 1s and the 2s. I feel a bit baited now.
Yeah, no, honestly, dude, I think Gorg's living, and I think they're going to get both kills.
I mean, I thought there was a remnant down, but now in closer inspection, yeah, I'm kind of excited for a 2. All right. Hopefully, of course, Max can restore his internet.
We'll see that attempt on Radix again, top it. Just even if it's, even if he's sort of caught in the wall, has an illusion hit, it just doesn't matter. This Timbersaw doesn't die to this.
Yeah, I feel like this is the type of play where you have to accept that your draft can't kill Timbersaw.
Yeah.
And these should have been heroes running at this bot lane, taking the fight to potentially the CK, flipping the script and allowing you to shunt the CK out of bot. Because once you kill a hero that one time with a rotation, in the back of their mind, they're like, he can TP and he can do the same thing. They know how to kill me. I'm not invincible. And Ivy are yet to do that to board, so they're still playing with that confidence, and it's why Gorg was still, chasing, looking for more, because Ivy have yet to make that punishing play to install fear. And we're now, I mean, he's back!
He's back.
He's
Excellent
back.
stuff. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. He's good to go.
I mean,
Power is on.
Will he live? Don't forget to set the scene. Armlet coming in.
As long as he must have had time to think through this, so he knows that Armlet's coming. He's got to get ready to smash
I want your
that
best
wand.
casting here, Owen.
Smash the wand and turn the armlet on when it gets delivered.
It's your time to shine.
There we go. There's the wand. There's the bushwhack onto 2 into the avalanche. It's easy. Gorg survives. And they don't get both kills, though.
I mean, it doesn't.
They don't get both kills, but he does indeed live.
All right, the 2s. Congratulations. I got a bit too giddy.
That's why I was trying to help out the 2s there.
The 2s were good.
I mean, Pablo, he was very close to even getting that. If there wasn't an IO there, a follow-up acorn shot might have actually got the kill.
The pesky armlet, man. The pesky. I'm thankful that we went into further investigation. That is riveting stuff. We should do pauses more often. That was actually quite fun. Exin, though, not having as much fun.
Nice. He's looking pretty dead. That kill in the mid, but bottom lane, Team Bold will be able to push for the tower here with Excalibur's presence. And with the tower going down, that should be the money for Excalibur to get his Blink Dagger picked up.
Yeah, this is now a scary window of the game because Luna needs to farm, but her Ancients, they're getting stolen every second.
Yeah, Radix has been loving this area. They're going to try and make another attempt on Radix.
He has another...
they've got 4 of them. 4 of them might be... I think they've got 5 of them. 5 of them will do it.
Beautiful.
The whole team surrounds Radix. They're able to kill him.
Just had to bring 5 heroes, but the 5 heroes... The fact that he did it at least brings back the triangle towards Ivy. Bot lane's now scary. We saw the Blink Dagger get picked up from Tiny. They're going to want to pair up this Hoodwink and the Tiny, look for these free pickoffs, because Io and Luna will be a little bit AFK now as they quickly recover from that laning phase. This is for sure a scary portion of the game if you're Ivy. You need to be very efficient with how you farm and react accordingly.
Yeah, we do see Excalibur. He did jump down to attempt for the rune, so they know that blink is there. So, not able to catch anyone by surprise with this.
And now they bring the Timber to mid. Even, he's pretty much unkillable. Sure, he just died, but it was 5 heroes. You put an Abaddon behind that's going to completely offset it. Most likely Tiny, lurking in the wings as well. Yep, playing just behind. This is a pretty scary group of 4 right now. They're relying on mispositioning to be their friend on Ivy.
Oh, Cube's going to go for the hook shot. See if they got the damage. Wolf's been dropped down. Yikes, trying to keep Excalibur alive with the mist coil and the shield, but he can't save him. Excalibur falls. Jump forward from Gorg with the stun. He's got the lockdown, but straight away Mobai able to get the Invis rune off, and I might even be able to turn and look towards Radix. He's getting a little low. Low skill trying to chase, but Radix even poking back in on low skill a bit. Not a huge amount low skill can do sort of team fight wise at the moment with this skill build. Doesn't have the points in the beam or the eclipse. It's all about hitting the creeps.
It's good they got the Tiny, but Gorg comes in, cleans up the tower. It's all eyes on Luna, honestly. He's got Dragon Lance right now, potentially can just disassemble to get a very quick, I say very quick, but relative to his other items, it will be a quick BKB. And ooh, smoke up.
Oh, there's the jump. Ooh, not quite able to get the acorn shot into bushwhack follow-up, so Mobile's fine. They even had to relocate going just in case. So a hard jump. Team Bold try for, and they're not successful.
Found Pablo.
It's going to be the jump up, Excalibur. Be able to catch the avalanche toss onto the two of them. There's the bushwhack, and Pablo, he's able to get out in time. Both Cube and Max taken out. They will lose Pablo. Mobile trying to go for Excalibur as well. The toss is available, but he can't get it off in time.
Oh, goal's coming.
Oh!
You can't teach that.
They'll settle for Jam instead.
Yeah, it's a freebie. It's just being polite. That was rather close.
I was close with that. But Mobile, he's out. Getting close to having the money to pick up his Orchid next.
You know what? I kind of like the variation of Storm. I like the fact that he has gone for an Orchid this game. Oh, we get to see the hot replay. Ooh. But yeah. Clockseer? Ugh. Clockwork, utilizing the Darkseer with the Iron Shell, obviously punishing Pablo to a little bit. Of course, the Tiny comes in and cleans up.
Yeah, very, very nice toss on Avalanche. Spying time in combination with the Aphotic Shield, keeping Pablo alive for that little bit longer. So he get the bushwhack out.
But just the amount of damage Clockwork was able to do then allowed Mobile to, zip in, clean up, get a kill, zip in again. And he's putting in a little bit of a shift. Sure, the net worth is still very much Team Board, but the fact that Team Board isn't stopping Luna farming now, she's third in net worth, but that's slowly going to creep up. This Orchid, when it comes into play, you're most likely going to see him zip in, Orchid the Abaddon, who's trying to save, and then they'll quickly fully jump the hero that they're trying to kill. So this Orchid, we might see it for who he's jumping, but also might be held just to prevent the saves coming in from behind.
Pablo, looking for the catch. He's going to have the hit coming in, but Rajix, he's still trying to dive for this one. He alone can't control Cube and Max. We'll see. Look over in the mid. We're seeing if they can maybe get a hold onto the Storm, but yeah, when that's paired together here, this Storm IO, Storm's going to be more than happy to zip all across them.
We saw it earlier today with Pugna Storm. You always have the mana to be active. Same thing with IO. Keeping Mobile always, tippity-top shape to be active and to want to join these fights. The Team Board, once they group up, they are incredibly tanky. They're incredibly scary, but massive item timings. Ivy just completed. They disassembled Dragon Lance, got the BKB. Darkseid just completed the Aghanims. I want to see them smoke up. I want to see him hit a fat wall. 4 melee heroes on board. This could be.
It could happen.
This could be that moment in the game that just completely flips the script. There's Luna fully catching up with the CK as well.
Yeah, this is, out of the 3 games we've had, the closest it's been out of the laning stage. 60 minutes in, 1k in it. Less than that, in fact.
This game, unfortunately for Tiny, he's just falling incredibly behind. He's having to play with his team a lot. He's just trying to find jumps. He's not had the perfect Blink Dagger reveal into multiple kills. It's been a little bit more stunted. You see here, just the Ogre Axe, the Blink, the bottom of all the cores. Is going to make it difficult when he is your primary source of initiation, trying to set up the damage from Hoodwink. Yeah, Ivy, they're being careful. This potentially also could just be a farming BKB from low skill. Like, he buys it, but he continues just to be a little bit more aggressive in positioning. As Team Board, they're sweeping through the map, they're trying to look for something, but it kind of looks like Ivy just don't want to entertain any of this right now. Maybe Darkseer with the Blink Dagger could be the play. Doesn't look like he's going for that either. A little bit of a stalemate now that we've occurred.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Ivy, they're still in this position behind Team Bold. See if Team Bold are going to try and push them out of their jungle. They're starting to move over.
That's because you don't want this to be your BKB reveal. Yep. Offer up the IO, everyone else run away. Yeah, nice stuff. Repercussions of this, most likely this ward will... Oh, okay. They tried to play quick, but they smoked underneath a ward. So Ivy are well aware that this is a smoke coming in. And IO does have buyback plus relocate if a major fight is to break out.
See what they can catch. Cube.
More stuff.
He's already away. Yeah, good dodge there from Ivy. making sure that Team Bold aren't successful with that attempt to keep the pace up.
And now they're grouped together, they feel like they need to take a fight themselves. So Ivy just also posturing mid, offering up low skill, who has the BKB in the river.
Oh! An aggressive zip straight over towards Pablo. They're trying to take out. Oh, there's the back wall onto the three of them. That's Pablo gone. They'll buy back immediately. They do want a little bit more than just a hoodwink off the back of those ultimates, but they're not going to get Excalibur. He's going to try for a big four-man avalanche toss there. It's not enough to kill off JM. You see low skill heading into the river to try and fight Gorg. Mobite running out of mana. Now to zip up to the high ground, low skill's put the BKB, but he's struggling to deal with the CK at this stage. The Eclipse now comes out, but Excalibur jumps back in. That's low skill dead. Another vacuum will separate them from Max. As Max is able to run, JM tethers over to the side, but there's a stun chasing him.
Ooh, 3 seconds.
That's not going to be long enough for them to do anything with.
Nah.
They won't chase for him, but we saw there not the fight that low skill was kind of hoping for. He turns up with his BKB, but even through that, we're seeing the power of Gorg's CK. He's able to right-click heavily into him. And as soon as that BKB comes to an end, Excalibur patiently waiting for that option to jump back in and blow him up with the combo.
Yeah, and that's a little bit of my concern about the Luna in the early portion. We're going to be seeing... Okay, we get to see the stun. Whee! But yeah, going back to this fight, there's a 3-man vac wall, but there wasn't the CK there. You kind of want to be creating the CK illusion here for your illusions to pack a punch. And yeah, it's just... I lacked the damage. We saw there as well the ultimate coming in a little bit late. I think Low Skill just realized he doesn't have the right-click damage right now, and he didn't want to pop ult while CK had the illusions alive. He was trying to wait for them to expire. And then by that point, it was just a little bit too late. It was just kind of like a Hail Mary, throw the spells out, see what happens. And that just builds into the fact that Team Board are very tanky right now. And this Luna, if you want to take a fight, you kind of need like Butterfly Skadi, most likely. Butterfly to evade the CK and Skadi to deal with all the regen that Team Board have innately in their draft picks.
I mean, that's a while away. So
it's a while away.
Sort of say from Ivy's perspective, they want to kind of dodge fights and play the farm game, try and draw this one out.
I feel like they were doing that perfectly for like the last 3 or 4 minutes, looking for the pickoffs like this, force some TPs out.
Now, immediate TPs here.
Just watching Ivy or Io, sorry.
Oh, JM, he's not going to be able to TP out. Excalibur catches him.
A valued sacrifice. Thank you for your service, dear Io.
Oh, vacuum on Radix, but
did he have the damage?
3 kill him.
He's got a hood. No, he can't.
No.
But they were doing so well in regards to, before that big team fight broke out, Ivy skipping the map, farming aggressively, using this IO to allow Luna to farm with the confidence that a relocate can always bring him back to his side of the map. I think I'd like to see that again. As Darkseer also...
They're going to try for Max. Have they got the damage?
They do. Ooh, not! That was rare. And he also had the wand. He didn't even want to pop that. He just knew he was alive.
They might not have got the kill, but see what they can do on the push. Fortification will come out from Ivy.
Yeah, this is what I want to see. I want to see this Luna kind of park herself on the other side of the map. You need to be careful with this type of farming, especially when Hoodwink's scouting out in the tree line, tiny with a blink dagger. But if you can execute it, if you have the vision to support it, you're going to be able to keep up with net worth. You're going to be able to put the pressure on board, because we've seen time and time again, their lineup, skirmishing, pick off, sustain, great. Hitting buildings, ending the game, not so great. So if Luna at some point can park herself on this tier 3 with the Butterfly, with the Skadi, with enough net worth, then sure. This is probably going to be a difficult game, but that's why Team Board, they're playing with this pace because they identified we don't really want to play into that timing. Let's try and break down the map before then. Low skill, watch out. He's going to have to BKB this.
He's got the BKB.
Body blocks.
Good body blocks. Oh, he has to get his way out his teammates' cogs. And Excalibur's going to be in with the jump. Oh no, they've got the hoodwink hit. The shot comes in from Pablo. And after that BKB comes to an end, so does Low Skill's life.
I'm just a little bit surprised he opted to farm towards where Team Ball was positioned. He was beautifully going aggressive. So yeah, a little bit surprising from Low Skill. A lapse in judgment on where to farm, and it's given them the opportunity to walk into Roshan.
Yeah, time for Rosh.
You have to be so careful in these types of games. This is going to be a Roshan, just a simple way, just nothing else, but it's going to give them the gold to a Blink Dagger on...
Oh, where's the hook shot?
You think it's going to come?
I think he's going to be able to get in range.
Pablo's blocking it. He's trying.
Can he get past this? Oh, no, he can't. Then they'll be able to keep control of him, and Vacuum will die.
I mean, it was pretty cute the way that he forced Staff to try and like get around and curve, and bend it like Beckham to style, and both supports offering up their bodies to prevent that.
Time to maybe try and tease toward the high ground. Gorg's nearly hitting the level 18. He's got all these perfect items for fighting.
Yeah, now with this Aegis, I think they're just going to walk up, start chipping down the building.
He could just jump in on a target if he wants to.
Well, they kind of need to. They need to blow up a hero, but be careful, because if they multiple hero jump, that's where the darks here, this vac wall, the melee heroes like we mentioned, that's going to come into play. So Team Bold, they can go aggressive. It needs to be like respectful aggression. Now we finally get to see the Eye Luna pair up again in the game. Going aggressive, taking away the tier 1 tower bot lane.
I see how they defend against this Ivy.
They're doing the two-pronged assault. Timber in mid with the flamethrower, the shard. Meanwhile, top lane tickling the tower with Gorg. I mentioned the lack of siege. Forgot about the shard on Timbersaw. That in itself is probably plenty of siege for Team Board. The slow and steady, don't rush it.
And what do Ivy do here?
Got to find the backlines. It's got to find a way around, but it's an Abaddon. It's super hard to kill. I don't think there's anything they can do. Just the Luna does not have the damage right now to deal with what Team Bold's presenting.
The range track's gone. Team Bold getting these objectives. The wall's going to be dropped.
It's a little wall though, not a big one.
There's not a lot going on near it. Just Radix, and he doesn't care. So I'm going to try with a zip forward. And already Gorg's turned with the stun. He's straight on towards the Darkseer. That's Max gone. Whereby pots the BKB. A buyback will come out from Max, but the BKBs are out as well from Team Bold. Gorg commits over towards Jay, and Vincenzo takes out the Aya. Low skill, his own BKB coming to an end shortly. They have caught Gorg, but of course he's got the Aegis. So he'll be back for a second round. Radix just charging him with the flamethrower. He burns down a second hero. They do lose Excalibur, Team Bold. Hookshot over towards Gorg. They're controlling the CK. Gorg trying to run. He's not going to be able to escape this, but Radix, he's still in. Bushwhack there. They're setting up for an Ultra. He's looking for the Rampage. He's going to get it. Radix on his Timbersaw.
Double Rampage?
Oh, he's certainly going to look for it, but he's not going to get the chance there. Ixon will be the one to take the kill. In fact, Tyson gets both of them, and they'll actually tap out there. Radix closing the series up in style. Rampage for him. And with that, the series, it's Team Bold. An important series for them here in their hopes to hold on in Division 2.
Oh, and just to quickly give update, Gorg in all chat typed, nice tipping, by the way, clown.
Oh.
Ooh.
There you go. Ooh, there you go. A bit of all chat, Spice. The all chat to end it up.
See how Reddit likes that one, but yeah, okay. Sure. This was a Team Board replicating game 1 in regards to their tri-lane, very aggressive, shut down the game. They had a much better carry matchup in regards to being able to take the fights. And you play against, Radix, you give him the Timbersaw.
Radix Timber.
It's disgustingly good, so very difficult for Ivy. I think game 2 was refreshing for them, but this game, it just felt like they didn't have the tools to take the fight. And in that final fight as well, it's like a wall onto a Timbersaw, but no one else. You can't vac. A little bit clunky from Ivy, unfortunately. But yeah, Team Board, when they win their lanes and they group up, they're a scary Division 2 team for sure.
No, for sure. I mean, indeed, after sort of the game 2 laning stage as well, could have maybe seen them go a similar way, but they did make those mistakes. Those mistakes, they weren't here in this game 3. They play it out very, very well. And yeah, I think Radix, he'll be all smiles after that. He closes it up with a Rampage on Timbersaw. So well played to him and well played to Team Bold. The series, it's theirs. They'll take this game 3 victory. And very, very early on here, 26 minutes in. Series, it's theirs. 2-1 Team Bold against Ivy.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.esogame.com.
think it is? Just chaos all the way down.
There's something out there.
The world's been waiting for this.
I knew that was the last time I'd see Tom. I'd been spending too much online.
Don't cut back. State Farm has rates to fit your budget.
Tom, I'll see you tomorrow!
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Todos los latinos nos encontramos aquí y uno conoce de todo el mundo, ecuatorianos, de los venezolanos, de los caribeños.
Para mí el fútbol es como la religión.
Are you ready?
Follow your adventures with the thrilling performance of Honda, the brand owners are calling the most fun to drive. Hurry into a local Honda dealer where new vehicles are arriving daily.
And now, most admired alum.
Get up there.
This is so embarrassing.
There's no way it's me.
You know her. You love her.
Ruh-roh. What are you doing here?
It's Anna Gomez. Who? Our first gagillionaire. With AT&T Fiber, Anna's got the fastest internet with hyper-gig speed.
I didn't know you went to school.
I have a lot in common.
Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Now with speeds up to 5 gigs. Limited availability.
Better ingredients, better pizza means that each bite of this slice right here is gonna just keep getting better. From the first bite to the spicy sausage bite to the string of melty cheese. And then bam! You got that crispy piece, the gooey piece, that sauce, that dip. And just when you're thinking this slice cannot get any better, you get to that epic stuffed crust that's hand-stuffed with cheese. Better ingredients, better pizza, even better when it's stuffed.
Game 3 of this best-of-3 series goes the way of Team Bald Reborn. They win, and therefore they avoid, most likely, elimination of Division 2 here for the Western European DPC League. Ivy put up a fight. The net worth lead looked similar the whole time, looked even the whole time. But it was a little bit deceptional as Team Bald's map control was just a little bit ahead of Ivy, and there was not really a strong high ground defense coming from them either. I'm here with Effie, with Synderen, and Synderen, in this game, it was a slow burn.
Yeah, it took them a while to cross the finish line. I think one of the problems that Ivy ran into ultimately is that this first phase Timbersaw, there's not very good single target solutions for him. You have Luna, who's a spread damage carry, you have Darkseid, who's a spread damage offlaner, and your Storm is not going to cut through him alone when he has Hood and Kaya Sanj. So there was a ton of freedom in that game for Radix. He made a lot of space for his teammates in fights. Once the BKBs expire, that's when they crush them. Timbersaw kills them, they kill them with the CK stun and just burst overall, and that's all it took. I mean, kind of an oversimplified breakdown of it, but honestly, in all three of the games, I feel like the solutions that Ivy had or didn't have strategically really made the biggest difference.
I would agree, and we saw that even when Timbersaw died, it took 5 years to do it, and in the meantime, like, that's the perfect scenario that you want for your Timbersaw to soak up all of this attention. And I think that they drafted around him really well. They had a nice trialing strategy. I mean, with the exception of Game 2, where I think that they failed to address the team fights, it seemed like they had a really clear concept of how they wanted to approach the series and win the game. So hats off to them. I think a lot of this patch has just been kind of a slow burn until that one explosive fight, and then you win the game, and this one was no different. So.
Yeah, you got ourselves a rampage on Regix's Timbersaw, of course, there as well. And we can take a look at what this series does to the standings of Division 2, because this was a very important series, as the other opponents that both Ivy and Team Reborn still have, Ivy still have to face Chillax, Well, Team Bolt still has to face Goon Squad, and on paper, they should both lose those series. So hopefully for Ivy, they can find a way to claw back to force out a tie still. But at the moment, it's looking pretty grim for them as they drop to 1-5 here after this loss against Team Bolt Reborn, with Team Bolt, of course, still having good hopes of staying in Division 2. Congratulations to them for the winners interview with Team Bolt Reborn. Just like last time, I will redirect you to Dream League Dota. Dream Hack Dota, I think the Twitter account is DreamHack Dota. That's where you'll be able to find the post-game interview with, I believe, Regex and Capitalist. So check that one out. But for us, of course, we are going to make space on this channel for Avo Plus and Seek and Strike, who will take you through Goon Squad versus Into the Breach. But also, on ESL_Dota 2, there is some North America Dota coming your way. Division 1 has got coming your way. We got the Cut versus Wildcard. That should be a spicy one. And then Quincy Crew versus 2Base to close out today. And then Saturday, there's going to be a lot of exciting matches as well. So make sure you tune into those. And I will already say that will be Alliance versus Chicken Fighters. It's the opening series of the day. And that will be a very important series for Division 2 as well. All series in Division 1 are important. So definitely tune in there. For now, though, there's plenty of Dota to watch, so enjoy yourselves. Keep an eye on the social media and tune back in next time for more Dream League Season 17 powered by Intel.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, ODPixel here, just reminding you all to make sure that you tune in to each and every day that we've got left here of this DPC tours. We're getting very close to the end. I can guarantee you we're going to have some incredible games to close this tour up as we get ready for the majors. So make sure you don't miss any of the action here.
moment we ask, what if?
What if we could go further, jump higher, or run the whole thing? What if we could be who we're meant to be?
And become who you look up to. This is the moment it all starts.
This is the moment it all starts.
But only if we get the chance to have it.
Witness the rise of the Northmen. A traitor stole my kingdom. I will burn his world to the ground. By the hand that killed your father, you will die. At the gates of hell, you will find me.
The Northmen, the legend begins. Rated R.
When you drive a Honda, the adventures go on and on. Follow your adventures with the rugged power of Honda. The brand owners are calling the most fun to drive. Hurry into a local Honda dealer where new vehicles are arriving daily.
Imagine being able to fill your home for $99 a month. With the power of Bob's discount, it's possible. Take my Blake dining set for only $5.99. Add my best-selling Laurel sofa and love seat, only $9.99. And throw in my 5-piece Tremont Queen bedroom set for only $9.99. Math time! That's a house full of furniture for...
Calculating.
$25.97 or $99 per month for 30 months, totaling $29.70 with qualified special financing. Because with Bob's discount...
Math is fun.
You'll be
this morning with the world glowing. There was a sense of perfection in the air, a sense of meaning, and a sense of passion.
Where did this come from?
Dream League Season 17 is brought to you by Intel, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Hello guys, and welcome to the Western European Division 2 here. We're produced, of course, by DreamHack. Well, we're going to talk about Bowie in a second here. We have a wonderful game here between Goon Squad and ITB. This game matters a lot to Goon Squad because if they win, they will officially qualify to Div 1. As they'll get the 6 points, and nobody will be able to match them except Alliance, which of course will only be the other qualified team, right, if that was the case. ITB, of course, does need this win. Actually, ITB does not need this win anymore because they probably will be avoiding relegation by what it seems, judging by the Ivy versus Bald playoffs. But they would still like to have it, just out of honor and anything. Goon Squad, probably the hardest team to beat in Div 2. We'll see what happens. As you guys know, Richie has been sick these days, so hasn't been able to come to work. So instead, I asked for Bowie to come to the quarry, but he is in the Louvre, I think.
Yes,
Why?
I'm in the Louvre.
Paris, Bowie. That's not what I told you. I said rocks, not French.
I mean, I'm pretty sure there's tons of rocks in the Louvre, right? You just cannot see them from outside, but yeah, they had tons of stuff inside there.
Bowie, we're going to have to talk to OSHA about this violation of the workplace, Bowie. That's really, really uncool from your part, honestly. I'm here breaking my back underneath the sun, looking like Gork here to celebrate his victory, and you're there, Louvre, checking out
trying to
whatever
spice
is in
things
there.
up, dude. I'm innovating, all right? You're just giving me boring assignments, rocks. Like, who likes rocks? I just decided to do
that's what we
something
do with Div 2. We do what the Div 1 doesn't do properly, right? The Medusa comes in, it turns everything into stone, and then we pick up the stones. And now we have a draft in front of us, and Bowie, if there's no Medusa, I'm going to be very angry, my friend. We're going to see what they pick up here. Do you think, starting into this matchup, that ITB is a team that can beat Goon Squad? Or do you feel like Goon Squad just outclasses everyone in Div 2 right now?
I think Goon Squad is the better team for sure. By how much, it's kind of hard to tell, but I would say it's a hard one for Into the Breach. They might be able to take one game, but the whole series is tough. These Goon Squad guys, they're flexers, man. Whether it's gonna be their Gucci shirts or their drafts, they're crazy. I'm not even joking. They play Coddle 5, they play Mars 4, they play Doom mid. Their openers are the craziest ones of all Division 2 Europe. They are not afraid of playing the weirdest heroes in the weirdest positions as long as they feel like the draft is going to benefit them.
That's true. I think to a large degree, because this team has so much competitive experience, we have seen a team that has a lot of confidence in how they draft, right? And they are doing something that's a little bit different than the meta. I mean, still close to it, right? But they were forcing the tiny offlane very early in the patch, and they didn't care. Like, it wasn't even a flex. They just forced it offlane every single time, and they just felt comfortable with that. And I think a lot of other teams in Division 2 are not as comfortable doing that, or they don't draft around these concepts as much. And that's where the experience kind of comes into play for Goon Squad.
Yeah, you can definitely see how they're comfortable with lots of heroes, so that definitely allows them to go crazy. And as you get more wins, I think you get more willing to try different things, right? So it's probably a combination of those two things. But they get the IO. I actually like this quite a lot. I think this could be one way for them to take this win. I think IO, very underrated hero, even in Europe. And with Storm being open, I think it could be something they'll go for. They get the CK instead.
Yeah, while not being the strongest combo anymore, right? Ever since the stun and tether got removed, the CK in IO still works pretty well, and CK is probably one of the if not the strongest carry right now, he's really up there with the buffs that he got.
Mm-hmm. He's very good. I think this DK definitely dissuades. I feel like Io Storm is one of the strongest openers you can go for now, if you do have a good Io player. But with the DK, they probably felt like it could be a little dangerous just to get the Storm.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Not
Talk about
a-
weird picks. Yeah.
Okay. See, that's what I'm talking about. Like, what's this opener? Like, is this gonna be mid Wyvern? Are they gonna do some weird offlane Wyvern thing? I have no idea.
For now, I'm assuming it's 5 Wyvern. Pexu does love the 5 Wyvern. It would be pretty good against CK, right? Because anything that gets carried away with a Reality Rift, you immediately cold embrace them, and they can probably survive. Actually, pretty strong counter to the CK. I will say, back when
It's also a relocate
CK was...
counter because of the...
Also,
the
what
ulti,
counter?
right? Relocate. You can
Right,
easily
true.
stop it because I is going to be close to whoever gets ulted.
Very, very good point. I was gonna say that for the CK, back when CK was a really popular pick, with like I think it was 8 patches ago or so, right? In China, they started playing a lot of DK offlane. Back then, it was not very good, just to counter the CK. So I'm kind of surprised they picked up the CK against the DK. The logic behind that was that CK's base damage is a big part of his damage. You breathe fire on him and his illusions, you take away a large part of his damage there. So I think Into the Breach really wanted to force his pocket strat, but you already have 2 heroes that are pretty good against you.
Yeah, definitely a little bit weird. They'll probably play the CK in the 3rd position, so you don't really care that much about the physical damage it brings, more than you care about the fact that you can play high tempo and you have a lot of stun duration. I want Goon Squad to maybe address the Invoker that Into the Breach really likes to play. I think it's actually really good versus Wyvern in general, having that Code Embrace target, sets up for the Meteor, for the Sunstrike. And I think, having Io plus Alacrity to enable whatever core they last pick, because they do have overall 24th, would be really good. So that's probably the best ban Gun Squad has right now.
See, that's what they go for. I do like What else do you think ITB could do here? By the way, with these 2 picks, what else could they surprise Gun Squad with?
Well, Storm was definitely the second one. We kind of mentioned in the first phase. They do take that one out. I think there's lots of good IO pairs that they could go for. I think once you see this DK high armor, Gyre and Luna probably go up a little bit in priority for me. So I wouldn't mind any of those 2 heroes. I think Luna probably a little bit better, considering that you also have the CK that could eventually get an Eggs. Having that magic damage versus Wyvern's nice. But, Gyre is solid. The problem is, even though they have overall last pick, I think those heroes are going to be addressed in the 3rd phase. So they'll have to choose whether they really want to force that hero in the 2nd phase, or they think, they'll still get a good one later. Oh, they take the
Do you feel like...
so... Sorry, go on.
So are you siding with the idea of Party pulling a CK in the offlane position, picking up a new carry for sure? Is that what you're leaning towards in this draft?
I think so. I think the CK against DK. Obviously, it depends on who the 4 is going to be on Goose Squad, so they're probably waiting to see that. The next 2 picks are probably going to include the 4 for Goon Squad, and then you can decide. They can go for another support here into the bridge, so they don't, or the mid hero, so that they don't force their hand right now. That's probably the best, I guess, the safest approach that they can go for. Oh, okay. So I guess the flex into mid and off lane could still be mid tanking, but could also be the off lane. That's fine.
What do you think the sanking overall?
I think this hero is really good. Usually I prefer to see the hero being enabled a little bit by, maybe picking it a little bit later into the draft, just so you are playing against a Beastmaster or Illusion hero in general. But they felt like they needed magic damage, and I thought of the carry actually bringing that to the table. The Sanking does offer that, and it's also a way to slow down the push that comes from this DK, whether it's going to be mid or off lane. Having the Sanking just camp that lane, and with the sustain of Io, makes it really hard for Goon Squad to force early objectives. And they are playing Radiant, so that's definitely something they do. They want to do more than Into the Breach.
Do you feel like the Sanking can also take advantage of Wyvern's relatively weaker laning stage and the early levels, and that way you can get away with a hero that also is known for having a weaker early level laning stage?
It could, but you're not sure exactly where there's going to be 5. Sure, it could be a Pexo hero, but I don't really exclude that being in the 4th position. Senki is also weak. Like, he's until level 3, his laning stage is also pretty bad. So it really depends on the supports they're going to pair up with the Sand King. So far, I'm assuming the Io is going to follow CK regardless of the lanes, right? If Sand King's mid, Io's not going to be there. If CK is either off lane or safe lane, I would assume Io will be there.
Yeah, I would assume the same thing. Like, imagine if you put the Io with Sand King, right? That would be a much weaker lane than anything you could pair with the Sand King here. Goon Squad is really taking their time now, though. Are they considering, like, deviate? Okay, they're going to be going for a Void. I was not going to ever guess that. Wow. Also,
they like damage.
Weird moment to pick a Void, right?
I think what they want to do is be sure they can kill the Io, and I felt like they needed damage. They go Jakiro, but if this is a 5 Jakiro, I guess it could be 4. Still, I don't know. I feel like this Jakiro can be easily killed. Sure, like the attack speed slow is very good for the CK lane, and if Jakiro is 4, the CK will definitely struggle into actually committing into targets. You already have this high armor DK that is possibly there. The attack speed slow makes it even harder for the Jakiro to die. So in that sense, it's good. I think they have overall very tanky heroes. Wyvern has like insane HP regen as the game scales. So it is a way for them to deal with this extra damage into the breach added with the Sand King into their draft.
That's nice. Okay. And you also have the Jakiro overwhelming amount of damage as a support, right? With the Macro Pyre and how that works with the Chrono as well. In addition to, of course, the Winter's Curse. Pretty strong. And Pexo's favorite hero. It's not necessarily his best, I would argue it probably is, but it is 100% his favorite, as he guaranteed us in an interview. He always tries to suggest it. His team doesn't always listen to him, apparently, but I'm glad he gets to play it this time. I hope it is for him, honestly. It would be really sad if it wasn't.
Yeah, I know. They're 5-0. He's like, please, guys, please, can we have
Jakiro
once?
Game I mean, 1. I think the hero is pretty strong. We saw Ace play it for Gaming Gladiators against Nigma in the offlane position. It was very, very impressive, his performance in general, and the hero looked very powerful. I think this is much more of an underrated hero than Io. People started experimenting with him a little bit in the beginning of the patch, but after a while, they kind of left him a little bit behind, and I'm glad that Goon Squad's bringing him back. Not really sure what the A is for there, to be honest with you.
I mean, you have lots of heroes that want to fight stationary, right? The Wyvern, the Void. So having this overwhelming Sand King damage with the AA makes sure that the saves from Wyvern is not going to be useful. And Faceless Void, Time Walk is a heal, I am very certain of. So he does struggle against AA. The question now is, I think this really indicates that the Sand King is middle, because this AA4 doesn't sound very strong to me. So I would like to see this AA being a 5 with the CK, Io being a 4, and they'll probably have to less pick their offlane hero, which doesn't sound like a bad idea. But they're banning mid heroes. I think the Invoker is fine, but I wouldn't be opposed to them banning an offlaner they think is good versus this Void Wyvern, because that lane is very weak.
Yeah, I would agree with you there as well. Like, I feel like this. I just am surprised by the forcing of the Ancient Apparition, though. As a, like, it doesn't counter that much healing. I get it. Winter Wyvern DK, right? Sure, fair enough. But usually you see it against much bigger sources of healing or much bigger counters like Huskar or Morphling, rather than countering Winter Wyvern Dragonite. Feels like a Vessel would have done the same job here than an Ancient Apparition. And now you, as you said, you put your lanes in a really precarious position.
Yeah, we'll see if they can savage this. If this is indeed Sand King AA, I'm not that fond of, honestly. Especially, Void's going to be there. Very easy for him to time walk. The duration of Burrow Strike's not enough for you ever to land your Q. So it's going to have to be like poking and stuff. I guess, knowing that the lane is really weak, the AA4 is not going to suffer. But I still have my doubts on whether that's like a really strong hero. And they do ban an offlaner there. So I really like that from Goon Squad. I think that's a good approach. Void could definitely be incredibly annoying for Wyvern. Never cast his spells. Also, one thing we didn't mention, 3 dragons on Goon Squad. So that's very scary. Like one of the strongest types in Dota 2. Has almost no weaknesses.
Yeah, only ice. That's the biggest weakness. That's why they picked the Ancient Apparition, of course, right?
Yeah, Poison is okay versus dragons, so I wouldn't be opposed to a Venomancer or a Viper on the side of Into the Breach.
Yeah, but it's only status effects, right? It can't be the direct attacks.
Exactly.
They pick up a Queen of Pain as the last hero, a little bit of combo and damage inside the Chronosphere, and also a solid laner. So if that ends up being a sanking mid, as long as you win the Sentry game, Queen of Pain does do fine in that lane, but you do have to.
Yeah. Also, Sen King can just like stack for himself. It's kind of annoying for the Sen King. You have to buy a couple of cells, but I still feel like he can get away with a good game. I also like this AA because he is the highest attack range hero in the game without any talents or so he is actually okay as a 4.